Chapter 2134 Appearance of a Perfected Immortal. 2134 Appearance of a Perfected Immortal. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. If not for the heaven immortal experts of the four immortal sects, it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity even if he used all his trump cards. What are you guys doing? Prince Yuanzhua glared at Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and questioned sternly. What are you doing? Yang Ruoxu asked indifferently. Although Heaven Immortal Green Peak at the side did not attack, he sneered at that moment, Prince Yuanzhua, although your status is noble, don't forget where we are. If you want to do whatever you want, return to your great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Heaven Abyss spoke slowly with an unfriendly tone as well. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth. This lad killed so many execution guards of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. No matter where he goes, both me and the great Gene Immortal Kingdom will not let him off. Lone Star said in a deep voice, fellow Taoists, you witnessed everything in the valley personally. Are you still going to protect him? Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and smiled gently. Your Highness, please calm down. In my opinion, this person is truly not to blame for this matter. After all, these execution guards were the ones who took the initiative to enter the valley to hunt down Su Zimo. They can blame nobody but themselves for their deaths. Anyone who kills is bound to be killed. Heaven Immortal White Sea was from Flying Immortal Sect and was in the same immortal sect as Princess Mengyao. At that moment, even Heaven Immortal White Sea stood out to speak up for Su Zimo. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Prince Yuanzhua's face was ashen as he laughed out of anger. In that case, it's my fault? I didn't say that. Heaven Immortal White Sea shook his head gently with a smile on his face still. Heaven Immortal Green Peak waved his hand and ignored Prince Yuanzhua. Let's begin selecting people. The final 100 people for the Immortal Sect selection had already been selected. Next, the four immortal sects would select their candidates according to the number of coiling dragon badges. If two or more immortal sects took a liking to someone at the same time, the person would make the choice themselves. The sect they joined would depend on their choice. The person with the most coiling dragon badges, Su Zimo. Come to the front. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice. Su Zimo walked out of the crowd and came before everyone. Introduce yourself briefly. Your background, family history as well as martial arts lineage. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. I'm Su Zimo from the lower worlds. Su Zimo did not hide anything and said frankly. When he said that, a commotion broke out throughout Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and many cultivators were already whispering. What a pathetic background. To think that he's a lowlife. When I saw how capable he was, I thought that he was from some prestigious family and was hunted down and suppressed because he offended the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. So what if he's from the lower worlds? His methods are unyielding and he's number one in the Immortal Sect selection this time round. Fufu, so what if he's number one? So what if he joined the four immortal sects? Back then, Feng Cantian was even a disciple of an immortal emperor. In the end, didn't he still have to flee for his life everywhere? Su Zimo could clearly notice that the millions of cultivators below were not the only ones. Many cultivators of the four immortal sects revealed looks of contempt and mockery as well. The four heaven immortals had calm expressions and did not reveal such emotions. Not only that, Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo with a hint of admiration and encouragement. You guys heard it too. Oh. Prince Yuanzhua said in a deep voice, Su Zimo is just an inferior and worthless lowlife. Fellow Taoists, why don't you give me some face? Heroes can come from anywhere. Yang Ruoxu turned to look at Prince Yuanzhua. I, Yang Ruoxu, am also from the lower worlds. In your eyes, am I also inferior and worthless? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. It was no wonder why Yang Ruoxu gave him that look earlier on. The crowd below was in an uproar. Most cultivators did not know Yang Ruoxu's background at all. Prince Yuanzuo was stunned as well. There was no way he knew that Yang Ruoxu was from the lower worlds. Although his words earlier on were targeted at Su Zimo, he insulted Yang Ruoxu as well. Yang Ruoxu ignored Prince Yuanzuo and said in a deep voice, "Heaven and Earth Academy intends to accept Su Zimo. The three of you can make your choice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect wants him." Heaven Abyss did not say much, but his tone was resolute and did not hesitate. Heaven Immortal Green Peak followed closely behind. Imperial Wind Temple wants him. Heaven Immortal White Sea hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, Flying Immortal Sect is interested as well. The four immortal sects wanted him at the same time. If it was just ordinary cultivators, the four Heaven Immortals might not have had such a direct conflict with Prince Yuanzuo. However, Su Zimo's performance was way too striking. This was a one-in-a-million monster incarnate. Furthermore, Su Zimo inherited many divine powers and secret skills such as the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram and the Heaven-Slaying Sword art. His future accomplishments were immeasurable. Since the four immortal sects are interested in you, it's up to you. Yang Ruoxu nodded to Su Zimo. Hold on. Prince Yuanzuo interrupted hurriedly. If Su Zimo were to officially join the four immortal sects, there would be even less reason for him to attack. Fellow Daoist Yuanzuo, is there anything else you want to say? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned slightly and asked impatiently. Prince Yuanzuo took a deep breath and composed himself. He bowed slightly to the four Heaven Immortals and was sufficiently polite. As a prince of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, he had never bowed to a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. Fellow Taoists, please hand this person over to me. I, Yuanzuo, can swear that if you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely do my best and not let you down. Prince Yuanzuo said in a deep voice, as long as the four of you agree not to take him in as a disciple, I'll definitely reward you immensely. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Prince Yuanzuo did not hide his words and said them in front of everyone. He was extremely sincere. The promise of a prince was not to be ignored, even if he was one who was relatively down and out. Furthermore, there might even be treasures as gifts. Prince Yuanzuo's sacrifice was definitely worth it. As long as he could capture Su Zimo, he might be able to obtain the many divine powers, secret skills, and jade talismans in Su Zimo's body. At that time, his chances of breaking through to the perfected immortal realm would be much higher. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently with a smile. Heaven Abyss's expression was grim. Yang Ruoxu lowered his eyes with an indifferent expression. Heaven Immortal Green Peak was unmoved. The four Heaven Immortals had different expressions but none of them expressed anything, leaving Prince Yuanzuo on the spot. Time passed bit by bit. The longer things dragged on, the uglier Prince Yuanzuo's expression was and the more awkward the situation became. Prince Yuanzuo clenched his fists and grit his teeth. Although he had already let go of his dignity, the four Heaven Immortals had no intention of giving in. Right then, a figure sped over from afar at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before them. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair. Every single move he made exuded an invisible might. The moment that person appeared, he stood in midair and his aura overwhelmed all the cultivators present, even the four Heaven Immortals could not compare to him. This was a perfected immortal expert. Although everyone could not detect the middle-aged man's cultivation realm, they could vaguely determine it. When Su Zimo saw that person, he frowned and his expression changed slightly. He was certain that this was a perfected immortal. This was the former Green Cloud County Governor, perfected immortal Jingyu. Chapter 2135, 2135 at odds. 2135 at odds. within a carriage in the crowd. The girl said softly, "Princess, you were right. Indeed, something unexpected happened. Even a perfected immortal has appeared." The plain-robed woman acknowledged and continued looking at the skies. A commotion broke out in the surrounding crowd. The immortal sect selection only selected Earth immortals. Be it the 4 immortal sects or the cultivators watching the battle, the strongest were heaven immortal experts. No matter which faction or world a perfected immortal expert was in, they were pillars of support and had noble statuses. Initially, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and the other 2 heaven immortals reigned supreme for the factions and all parties could maintain a balance. The descent of a perfected immortal broke that balance instantly. The 4 heaven immortals frowned when they saw that person. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and hurried forward. "Jingyu, you're finally here." Both Prince Yuanzhua and perfected immortal Jingyu suffered a huge blow because of Feng Cantian. Prince Yuanzhua lost the territory of Green Cloud County and perfected immortal Jingyu lost his position as the county governor. Of course, the 2 of them had interacted for many years and had some ties after all. Before Prince Yuanzhua received the mysterious letter and headed here, he sent a message to perfected immortal Jingyu. He had already vaguely guessed that there was a high chance they would encounter many obstacles in coiling Dragon Mountain Range. That was the reason why he planned before making a move and invited perfected immortal Jingyu out of seclusion to preside over the situation for him. Prince Yuanzhua was scheming and extremely smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the prince in charge of Green Cloud County back then. He was even able to hide his true strength and confuse the world with a clone he cultivated. However, for some reason, he was plagued by bad luck all these years and suffered setbacks. Prince Yuanzhua blamed everything on Su Zimo. "Your Highness, I was delayed by something and came a little late." Perfected immortal Jingyu cupped his fists towards Prince Yuanzhua and said in a deep voice, "You're not late. You came at the right time." Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo who was not far away and said hatefully, "This sinner killed more than 100 execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone. Right now, he's about to join the 4 immortal sections. We must capture him. If he manages to escape under my watch after killing so many execution guards, what will become of the reputation of our great Jin Immortal Kingdom?" More than 100 execution guards died. Perfected immortal Jingyu's expression darkened. He was the one who first discovered Su Zimo and brought him to Absolute Thunder City. That was the reason for the series of changes later on. If this matter was traced back to its origin, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility. Therefore, even though he knew that it was inappropriate for a perfected immortal to appear for the immortal sect selection, he still came. Perfected immortal Jingyu knew one thing as well. Although he was a perfected immortal, it would be difficult for him to make a move if Su Zimo were to join the 4 immortal sections. As his thoughts raced, perfected immortal Jingyu looked at the 4 heaven immortals and cupped his fists. "Greetings, I'm Jingyu." "Greetings, exalted immortal." The 4 heaven immortals did not dare to be rude and stood up one after another. Although perfected immortal Jingyu was not the Green Cloud County governor, he was still an expert among perfected immortals. The 4 heaven immortals had heard of him before. Perfected immortal Jingyu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I know that it'll be difficult for the 4 of you to explain things if you hand Su Zimo over. How about this? The 4 of you, please give me some face. It's fine as long as you guys do not recruit this person on behalf of the 4 immortal sections." As long as no one from the 4 immortal sects recruited Su Zimo, Prince Yuanzhua could naturally attack without any reservations. The only thing he was wary of were the 4 immortal sections. A perfected immortal had appeared to demand Su Zimo. The reputation of a perfected immortal expert was completely different from Prince Yuanzhua. Perfected immortals represented another level of power. Even if the 4 heaven immortals were unwilling, they could not express it directly and go against perfected Immortal Jingyu head-on. Perfected Immortal Jingyu continued, "As long as the four of you are willing to agree, I won't decline if you look for me in the future for anything." The promise of a perfected immortal carried even more weight. It's over for Su Zimo. A perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom has appeared and wants to capture him at all costs. That's expected as well. Think about it. How can a lowlife who offended a prince and killed so many execution guards survive? Many cultivators shook their heads emotionally. In midair, Su Zimo remained silent with a calm expression. The current situation no longer had anything to do with him. In other words, his life and death depended on a single thought of theirs. Since Exalted Immortal Jingyu said that, I'll withdraw on behalf of Flying Immortal Sect. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled gently and cupped his fists. Now that a perfected immortal had appeared, there was no need for him to continue pressing the matter. Furthermore, Zither Immortal Mengyao was from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If he took a step back first, he could consider that a favor as well. Perfected Immortal Jingyu nodded slightly with a smile. Not long ago, I even met Princess Mengyao. If we meet again, I'll speak up for you in front of her. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Heaven Immortal White Sea was delighted. It was enough if he could leave a good impression on Zither Immortal Mengyao because of this. What do the three of you think? Perfected Immortal Jingyu swept his gaze towards Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak. There was a hint of pressure in his tone and gaze. Heaven Abyss's expression was still grim. Yang Ruoxu's expression was indifferent as he lowered his head. Heaven Immortal Green Peak looked restless and uneasy. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had been famous for a long time and the people he befriended were all perfected immortal experts. In other words, only legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple were qualified to speak to him. Who knew if perfected Immortal Jingyu had any ties with any legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? It was truly not worth it to offend a legacy disciple of the sect because of this. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled. My side is easygoing, it's fine whether or not we recruit him. Exalted Immortal, it's better if you ask the other two about their stances. Heaven Immortal Green Peak set a trap. In reality, he did not say explicitly that he was not recruiting Su Zimo. Instead, he pushed the responsibility to Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. If Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu backed off, he would not insist either and would go with the flow. If Heaven Abyss or Yang Ruoxu did not back off, Perfected Immortal Jingyu's attention would shift to the two of them. Perfected Immortal Jingyu sneered internally. Although he could tell what Heaven Immortal Green Peak was thinking, he did not expose him. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. I don't agree. Heaven Abyss suddenly spoke. Many cultivators were invigorated and their eyes lit up. He was taking it head-on. A Heaven Immortal expert of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and a perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were at odds. At that moment, Su Zimo became nervous as well. When he came to take part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round, his inclination was towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. On the Dragon Abyss Star, he had conflicts with legacy disciples of the other three immortal sections. Although he did not expose his identity, he felt hesitant internally. Su Zimo did not care if Flying Immortal Sect withdrew. At the very least, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was still around. Perfected Immortal Jingyu glared at Heaven Abyss with a dark gaze and said slowly, Heaven Abyss, the number one of the previous heaven ranking. Ferocious methods, dominating personality and completely fearless. I've long heard of you. Now that I've seen it for myself, you truly live up to your reputation. Although Perfected Immortal Jingyu praised Heaven Abyss openly, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Chapter 2136, 2136 Shameless. 2136 Shameless. You flatter me. Heaven Abyss was expressionless and fearless. Exalted Immortal, before you descended, I've already decided to recruit this person. If I give up just because of a single sentence from you, others will think that Mountain Sea Immortal sect is afraid of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That will be bad for our sect's reputation. Although Heaven Abyss rarely spoke, he was extremely smart. He knew that given his status and cultivation realm, he could not fight against perfected Immortal Jingyu. Therefore, he referred to his backing, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Heaven Abyss's words were akin to hiding needles in cotton wool. Perfected Immortal Jingyu's expression darkened. If Heavenly Abyss truly wanted to go against him head-on, there was nothing he could do. There was no way he could kill Heaven Abyss in front of everyone. Heaven Abyss was not a nobody. If he attacked rashly and bullied the young, he would definitely offend Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. At that time, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect might even send perfected immortal experts to look for him. One of the 4 great fairies, the Chess Immortal, was in the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. The Chess Immortal had a domineering personality and loved to fight. Although the 4 great fairies had not fought openly, there were long rumors that the Chess Immortal was the strongest among the 4 of them. Perfected Immortal Jingyu narrowed his eyes slightly with a dark expression, seemingly plotting something. Instantly, the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range turned extremely quiet. The atmosphere was a little stifling. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a strong sense of danger, as though he was targeted by some terrifying figure and could face a calamity at any moment. This is bad. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was wary of the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and did not dare to attack Heaven Abyss. However, Perfected Immortal Jingyu could ignore others and attack him. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect would cause trouble for Perfected Immortal Jingyu if Heaven Abyss was suppressed. However, Su Zimo had yet to join the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Even if Perfected Immortal Jingyu killed him in public, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect would not have any conflict with Perfected Immortal Jingyu because of him, a grade 6 Earth Immortal who had ascended from the lower worlds. Within the carriage, the girl whispered, "Princess, Su Zimo's luck is not bad. Thankfully, Heavenly Abyss has the guts to stand out and withstand the pressure of Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Even if Heaven Abyss backs off, Yang Ruoxu will stand out." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Yang Ruoxu can be considered as a rising star of Heaven and Earth Academy. Although he's not the #1 Heaven Immortal of the Academy, he's upright and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. He came from a lowly background and it's truly not easy for him to reach this point. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "However, with the descent of a perfected immortal, Heaven Abyss and the other 3 are no longer able to control the situation." Fufufu. Ha 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 ha. Right then, Perfected Immortal Jingyu who was in midair suddenly laughed. His voice grew louder and many cultivators felt their ears buzz with a sharp pain. The laughter gradually stopped and Perfected Immortal Jingyu said coldly, "Heavenly Abyss, it's fine if you don't give me face." He changed the topic and looked at Su Zimo who was not far away, saying slowly, "However, I'm going to suppress that lad in public today. Who can stop me?" The expressions of Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and the others changed. As Perfected Immortal Jingyu had said, if he were to attack forcefully, no one would be able to stop him here. The difference between a Perfected Immortal and a Heaven Immortal was way too great. Furthermore, Perfected Immortal Jingyu was an expert among Perfected Immortals. There were 9 levels to the Black, Earth and Heaven Essence realms. However, after the 3 essences converged into the Perfected One realm, there were only 4 levels. Every single level was a huge gap. Perfected Immortal Jingyu had at least cultivated to level 3 of the Perfected One realm. Even if the previous #1 of the Heaven ranking was gathered, he would not be able to defend against Perfected Immortal Jingyu, let alone Heaven Abyss and the other 3. "Jingyu, hurry and capture Su Zimo." Prince Yuanzhou was delighted and invigorated. "Your Highness, please calm down. Since I've already decided to attack, this lad won't be able to escape." The moment he said that, perfected immortal Jingyu waved his robes and a gigantic dark golden palm extended from his wide and pitch-black sleeves, enveloping Su Zimo. The supreme divine power, star-plucking hand. When released by a perfected immortal, the same supreme divine power created a completely different scene and might. The gigantic hand covered the skies and was filled with a dark golden glow. It fiddled with the galaxy as though it had come from the ancient era and wanted to suppress the world and punish all living beings. Against the might of that gigantic hand, it was already rare for anyone to not kneel on the ground, let alone resist. Heaven Abyss had an indignant expression as he growled and released a supreme divine power. At the same time, Yang Ruoxu at the side attacked once more. The two heaven immortals resisted the might of perfected immortal Jingyu and wanted to block the gigantic hand in midair. However, their supreme divine powers dissipated when they collided with perfected immortal Jingyu's star-plucking hand. It was like a moth flying into a flame without causing any ripples. The difference was too great. As perfected immortal Jingyu had said, no one could stop him if he attacked. How shameless to bully the weak. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the battlefield. Right on the heels of that, a divine light suddenly descended and no one could see how or where it came from. It was completely imperceivable. However, it appeared in midair and slashed down at the star-plucking hand that shone with starlight. Shing! The divine light streaked across the star-plucking hand and sliced the gigantic hand into two with an ear-piercing sound. Boom! 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 Right in front of many cultivators, the hand that was sliced into two collapsed and shattered rapidly. After a momentary silence, the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range was in an uproar. Perfected immortal Jingyu's attack was resolved by someone. Apart from perfected immortal Jingyu, there were other perfected immortal experts here. Who is there? Perfected immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat as he surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly with a sharp gaze. Nobody replied. Perfected immortal Jingyu had a grim expression. It was normal for this person to be able to neutralize his supreme divine power. However, he could not even tell the origin of the divine light earlier on or sense the location of this person. That was a little terrifying. This meant that there was a high chance this person was much stronger than him. Who could this person be? Why would this person appear in coiling Dragon Mountain range? Why did this person want to save Su Zimo? Why did this person not appear after attacking? Doubts flashed through perfected immortal Jingyu's mind in the blink of an eye. The person's voice earlier on was erratic. Not only could he not identify the voice, he could not even tell if it was a man or woman. Perfected immortal Jingyu's reaction surprised many cultivators present. A perfected immortal attacked earlier on, but perfected immortal Jingyu could not find where the person was. Su Zimo was puzzled as well after escaping this calamity. Even he could not imagine that any perfected immortal in the heavenly world would help him. The only perfected immortal he knew was Feng Zi's master, Burial Knight. However, this person's style was way too different from Burial Knight. If it was Burial Knight, he would have launched an assassination attempt on perfected immortal Jingyu directly. Why would he say something like, "How shameless to bully the weak"? Chapter 2137 Sound of the Strings. 2137 Sound of the Strings. Within the carriage. The girl covered her mouth and stifled her laughter, sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Princess, well scolded. That person is way too shameless. He's clearly a perfected immortal expert, but he wants to attack an earth immortal." Because the girl was closer to Prince Yunting, she was displeased with Su Zimo. However, she despised perfected immortal Jingyu's actions even more. The plain-robed woman smiled indifferently. Perfected Immortal Jingyu surveyed his surroundings and sneered with a mocking expression. "Sir, aren't you being too shameless by hiding? How shameless to bully the weak." The voice sounded once more erratically and everyone present was shocked. No one could discover the location of the person who spoke. However, this time round, everyone heard it clearly. It was a woman. Su Zimo recalled carefully, he had never heard that voice before. He should not know this person. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was secretly frustrated and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to be a busybody, why don't you show yourself? Let me see who you are as well. You can't even find me and you think you're worthy of me appearing?" The woman's tone was indifferent with a hint of disdain. Perfected Immortal Jingyu fell silent with a terrible expression. "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you attacking yet?" Prince Yuanzuo was still concerned about Su Zimo and wanted Perfected Immortal Jingyu to attack once more to capture Su Zimo alive. "Your Highness, there's an expert here." Perfected Immortal Jingyu said bitterly, "Even if I attack with my full strength, I'm probably not a match for this person. We might have to return fruitless today." Actually, there was something that Perfected Immortal Jingyu did not say. In fact, he suspected that the person who attacked earlier on was the Chess Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal sect. Although the four great fairies had different personalities, none of them were easy to deal with. More than 2,000 years ago, he had suffered a loss against one of them. Back then, an ice butterfly appeared outside Glass City beneath Green Cloud County. He chased after it and severely injured it. Unexpectedly, the ice butterfly escaped with serious injuries and attracted perfected immortals of many factions to descend and fight for it. In the end, the ice butterfly was saved by one of the four great fairies, the Painting Immortal. At that time, they were in the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom after all. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was unwilling to let the Painting Immortal take the ice butterfly away. Therefore, he fought the latter and suffered a crushing defeat. It was said that the Painting Immortal of the four great fairies had a calm personality and did not like to fight. She was the weakest among the four great fairies. Even so, Perfected Immortal Jingyu was not her match. If the belligerent Chess Immortal had truly descended, he would have even less chance of winning. "We have to leave just like this?" Prince Yuanzuo's eyes were filled with deep indignation. Although Su Zimo was not far away, he was helpless. He even invited a perfected immortal out of seclusion but to no avail. Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven Abyss was in Mountain Sea Immortal sect with the Chess Immortal and he knew more about the latter. He knew in his heart that the person who attacked earlier on could not have been the Chess Immortal. Given the domineering nature of the Chess Immortal, she would definitely not be secretive if she descended here and wanted to severely injure Perfected Immortal Jingyu. However, no matter what, the person who attacked was helping them in secret. Heaven Abyss looked at Su Zimo and said hurriedly, "Hurry and tell us. Between our Mountain Sea Immortal sect and Heaven and Earth Academy, who do you choose? Imperial Wind Temple as well." At that moment, Heaven Immortal Green Peak jumped out in time when he saw that Perfected Immortal Jingyu was disadvantaged. If the three immortal sects wanted him at the same time, it would depend on Su Zimo's final choice. "I choose." Su Zimo had just said two words when a zither sound sounded in midair. The sound of the strings rustled and possessed a strange power, as though it was strumming the heartstrings of many cultivators. Su Zimo could not say anything else. Even the massive coiling Dragon Mountain range turned silent against the sound of the zither. Immediately after, a figure walked over from the distant skies. Initially, it was far away. Before the sound of the zither dissipated completely, the figure had already arrived. It was a tall woman in plain blue palace robes. She was beautiful and flawless with an extraordinary aura. She had a cold expression and surveyed her surroundings, as though she was searching for someone. Cultivators who met the woman's gaze would either avert their gazes instinctively or lower their heads slightly. It was as though taking another look at this woman was a blasphemy to her. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Only Zither Immortal Meng Yao could silence millions of cultivators in coiling Dragon Mountain Range and have them behave respectfully with a single sound of the zither strings. "Princess, it's her," the girl said softly. The plain-robed woman frowned slightly and raised her hand to stop the girl from speaking. She looked at the figure in midair through the curtain of the carriage. "Greetings, Princess Meng Yao." When perfected Immortal Jingyu saw the woman in palace robes, he was delighted and hurried forward to bow. At the same time, he gave Prince Yuanzhuo a look. Prince Yuanzhuo was way too smart and reacted instantly. He ran over as well with reddened eyes and said tragically, "Sister Meng Yao, you're finally here." Actually, Prince Yuanzhuo did not know that Zither Immortal Meng Yao would descend here. Even with his status, there was no way he could request Meng Yao to do anything. However, when he said that, it gave others the feeling that he was the reason why Zither Immortal Meng Yao came. "That's the Zither Immortal. She's truly beautiful." To think that the four great fairies Zither Immortal would be alerted to this immortal sect selection. This trip was truly worth it. The crowd below still did not dare to speak loudly as they whispered, as though they were afraid of disturbing the beauty. "Greetings, Fairy Meng Yao." Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Sister Meng Yao." Heaven Immortal White Sea put away his folding fan as well and reverently put away his playful expression. Meng Yao merely nodded slightly and asked, "Have you guys seen two people, a man and a woman, using dermic treasures in the form of a flute and zither as their weapons?" "Never." The four Heaven Immortals exchanged glances and shook their heads. Su Zimo remained silent. He knew that Zither Immortal Meng Yao had descended here to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. However, the two of them did not participate in the immortal sect selection at all. Meng Yao was slightly disappointed when she did not see Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. In a flash, she turned to leave. "Sister Meng Yao." Right then, Prince Yuanzhua suddenly shouted. Meng Yao frowned slightly in impatience. When she saw that Prince Yuanzhua's eyes were red as though he had suffered quite a bit and thought about how they shared the same father after all, she paused in her tracks and asked coldly, "What's wrong?" "Sister Meng Yao, there's someone here who might know where the two of them are," Prince Yuanzhua suddenly said. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat as she focused her gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Him." Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo in the crowd and said sternly, "A few months ago, he was the one who killed the 13 execution guards outside Cangyu City." Meng Yao followed Prince Yuanzhua's finger and looked over. The 13 execution guards were under her orders to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. If they were truly killed by an outsider, there was indeed a chance that this person knew the location of Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. Even if he did not know, this person was definitely related to Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. Chapter 2138, 2138 Might of the Zither Immortal. 2138 Might of the Zither Immortal. Prince Yuanzhuo was smart. He knew very well that there was no way Meng Yao would bother to deal with Su Zimo because of him. Furthermore, doing that might cause a feud with the four immortal sections. However, if he linked Su Zimo with the two of them, even if it was only a possibility, it would be enough to attract Meng Yao's attention. Prince Yuanzhuo wanted to make use of Meng Yao to deal with the four immortal sects and Su Zimo. In reality, as he had expected, Meng Yao had indeed placed her attention on Su Zimo at the mention of this. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "I led more than 100 execution guards to suppress this person and bring him back to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, this person was way too arrogant and openly declared war on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone during the immortal sect selection, killing all the execution guards. Right now, these people from the four immortal sects are trying their best to recruit him and did not stop even when Jing Yu appeared. They must truly think that our great Jin immortal kingdom is weak to look down on and humiliate us as such. Prince Yuan's tone was agitated and he looked sorrowful, as though he had suffered immense grievances. To begin with, Meng Yao exuded an aloof aura that prevented strangers from approaching. When she heard that, her cold expression and beautiful eyes were even filled with a chilling intent. Heaven Immortal White Sea was sweating profusely when he heard that. He stood out hurriedly and said, "Your Highness, you have to make things clear. I represented Flying Immortal Sect and withdrew a long time ago. On account of my senior sister here, there was no way I would have ever become enemies with you or the great Jin Immortal Kingdom." "Yes." Prince Yuan's said, fellow Taoist White Sea withdrew indeed, but the other three of them were insistent. They were even willing to fight me to protect this sinner. Prince Yuan's continued to add fuel to the fire. Heaven Immortal Green Peak cursed internally but he still forced a smile. "Fairy Meng Yao, please calm down. I'll withdraw on behalf of Imperial Wind Temple and no longer recruit this person." He had not expected Zither Immortal Meng Yao to suddenly appear here. Although they were both perfected immortals, Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation and combat strength were much greater than perfected Immortal Jing Yu. Even some immortal kings had to treat the Zither Immortal with respect when they saw her. Now that the Zither Immortal was here, even if Su Zimo was someone like Yun Ting, Imperial Wind Temple would not dare to accept him, let alone the fact that he was a mere monster incarnate with immense potential. If the legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple knew that he had offended Zither Immortal Meng Yao because of a grade 6 Earth Immortal, they would probably skin him alive. Meng Yao shifted her gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and asked indifferently, "Why? You guys still want to protect this person?" Meng Yao's tone was calm and emotionless. However, it contained an unimaginable pressure. She was the Zither Immortal. She was not only a perfected immortal, she was backed by a deep network of major factions and many top experts. It was no exaggeration to say that even if an immortal king offended the Zither Immortal, he might be killed by other immortal kings. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, countless gazes landed on Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, both of them were under immense pressure. That pressure was not something a Heaven Immortal could endure. In other words, even if most of the perfected immortals of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy were to arrive, they would not be able to withstand the same pressure as well. Time passed, even a few breaths seemed like 100 years. "Since Fairy Meng Yao is here." Heaven Abyss finally spoke and said slowly, "On behalf of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, I'll withdraw from the competition and no longer recruit this person." When he heard that, a look of disappointment flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Of course, there was no resentment in his heart. He could sense Heaven Abyss's helplessness. He was merely disappointed. He was disappointed in Heaven Abyss and Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Many cultivators were filled with emotions when they saw that. This was the might of the Zither Immortal. After descending, she did not say much or gave any threats, much less attack. Even so, 3 Heaven Immortals had to lower their heads to retreat to avoid her sharpness. If nothing went wrong, Yang Ruoxu would relent as well. Now that he was the only one left among the 4 Heaven Immortals, the pressure on him would increase 100-fold. His reputation and combat strength were far inferior to Heaven Abyss and the others, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Yang Ruoxu stood on the spot and lowered his head slightly. There were no emotions on his bronze face as he remained silent. "Zither Immortal, Fufu, how impressive." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in midair with a hint of mockery. The crowd was astonished. Someone dared to speak to the Zither Immortal in such a tone. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed as he said hurriedly, "Princess, I tried to step in earlier on to suppress Su Zimo. This was the person who attacked in secret and saved him. I'm ashamed to say that I could not locate her. Please take charge, princess. Meng Yao was not angered when she heard that voice. After pondering for a moment, she turned to look at a carriage in the crowd of coiling Dragon Mountain Range and asked with a frown, "It's you?" She was extremely surprised when she recognized the person. This person truly should not have appeared here. That's right. The voice of the plain-robed woman sounded from within the carriage. The cultivators around the carriage were scared out of their wits and avoided the carriage one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. This carriage was way too ordinary. It was so ordinary that it would not attract anyone's attention in the crowd. However, the carriage was covered by the curtains and outsiders could not see what was going on inside. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not scan inside. Only Prince Yunlei, who was not far away, frowned with a confused expression. Although the voice sounded familiar, it was impossible. His sister cultivated silently in the library all year round and rarely saw anyone. Even he would not be able to request an audience with her. Why would she suddenly appear here? So, you're hiding here. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's gaze intensified as he glared at the carriage and said coldly, "How dare you hide? Let me see who you are." With that said, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu advanced and was ready to attack. However, Meng Yao waved her sleeves and released a tremendous power, forcing Perfected Immortal Jing Yu back. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was stunned for a moment and was about to ask. Meng Yao said indifferently, "You're not her match. Don't embarrass yourself." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's face flushed red instantly. He took deep breaths repeatedly before calming down and smiling bitterly. Indeed, I had behaved recklessly. However, the other cultivators were shocked and were even more curious about the woman in the carriage. "Why? You know this grade 6 Earth Immortal?" Meng Yao glared at the carriage and asked. "No." Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman replied. The girl at the side shook her head repeatedly with an anxious expression, reminding the plain-robed woman not to be reckless. Meng Yao smiled and asked again, "You want to interfere even if you don't know him?" "I just can't stand the way the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom bullies others, so I want to interfere." The plain-robed woman's tone was indifferent and she did not give in at all. "Fufu, interesting." Meng Yao smiled like a snow lotus blossoming with a hint of coldness in her beauty. She said slowly, "This person killed more than 100 execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. His crimes are unforgivable and he deserves to die. You don't know him yet you want to stand up for him? You want to offend the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect at the same time because of someone unrelated?" Meng Yao's tone intensified and even her aura turned murderous. This was a sign that she was prepared to fight at any moment. Chapter 2139, 2139 Butterfly. 2139 Butterfly. Within the carriage. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Princess, don't be rash." The girl sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness, "Su Zimo has nothing to do with us. There's no need for us to offend the Zither Immortal just because of him. Your identity is special and every single move you make represents the Xian Immortal Kingdom. If you fall out with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect because of this person, it's truly unwise. I'm afraid King Xian will even blame you." The plain-robed woman was silent. Part of the reason why she paid attention to Su Zimo was because before Yunting entered seclusion, he had instructed her to pay attention to news of this person so that they could fight again in the future. On the other hand, it was also because she discovered that Su Zimo might be hiding a secret and was curious. However, in reality, the girl beside her was not wrong. Indeed, she had nothing to do with Su Zimo. In fact, they had never even met or spoken, let alone had any relationship. The reason why she attacked earlier on was out of righteousness. Ever since she was young, she could not stand the injustice of the world and wanted to fight against it. As such, she offended many factions and caused many troubles. Later on, her father locked her in the library to punish her. In her father's words, he wanted to grind down that scholarly justice of hers. To think that she would undergo a baptism, consolidation and transformation in the library. Although she rarely appeared, her reputation in divine firmament mainland grew considerably. Later on, although her father had already released her, she was also unwilling to leave the library so easily. The plain-robed woman was well aware of the filth and corruption of the outside world that she could not change single-handedly. Since she could not change it and was unwilling to go along with the flow, she might as reside in the library. Her mind was more at peace without seeing everything that was out there. With books as companions, she read through history and experienced the majesty of many ancient eras through words. She comprehended the endless secrets contained in the words. That was the meaning of life that she pursued. The plain-robed woman hesitated. As the girl had said, she did not know Su Zimo at all. Was she going to offend Meng Yao and fight over such a person? She was a princess of the Xian Immortal Kingdom and her every move would remind one of the Xian Immortal Kingdom. She had too many reservations. The plain-robed woman was silent and outsiders naturally did not know of her inner conflict. In the eyes of the outsiders, Meng Yao's torrential aura and brazen questioning had forced back the woman in the carriage. Silence was concession. If even the perfected immortal expert in the carriage chose to retreat, Su Zimo's fate was already decided. When Meng Yao saw that there was no longer any sound coming from the carriage, she seemed to be wary and did not push further. She turned to Prince Yuanzhua and said, "Take Su Zimo away and return to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom." Understood. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and moved forward, prepared to capture Su Zimo. Right then, a tall figure stood in front of Su Zimo. He was tall and straight with a sharp face. His bronze skin revealed a hint of resoluteness as he said with a firm gaze, "This is inappropriate." It was Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators looked at Yang Ruoxu in disbelief. Now that Zither Immortal Meng Yao had appeared and the three Heaven Immortals had retreated in cowardice, even the perfected Immortal in the carriage had taken a step back. Who would dare to stand out? On the surface, Yang Ruoxu was stopping Prince Yuanzhua. However, in reality, he was stopping Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Prince Yuanzhua shrugged his shoulders slightly and did not say anything. That was because he knew that he did not even have to step in for this matter. Meng Yao frowned slightly and looked at Yang Ruoxu with cold eyes, asking indifferently, "Who are you?" Yang Ruoxu cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I'm Yang Ruoxu, from Heaven and Earth ACA. Never heard before." Before Yang Ruoxu could finish, he was interrupted coldly by Fairy Meng Yao. Meng Yao said, "I've heard of many people in Heaven and Earth Academy, including the #1 immortal of the Academy, but I've never heard of any Yang Ruoxu. Sister Meng Yao, he ascended from the lower worlds." Prince Yuanzhua said at the side. "Oh, no wonder." Meng Yao smirked with a hint of mockery. "So, he's just a lowlife. That explains why he doesn't know how to behave." The muscles on Yang Ruoxu's face trembled slightly. Although his emotions were surging, he still had a calm expression. "I'm just a junior of the Academy and indeed don't have much of a reputation. It's normal for you to not have heard of me, Fairy Meng Yao." Meng Yao shook her head gently. "What's up with Heaven and Earth Academy? They actually sent a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave to host the immortal sect selection. They're truly getting worse. Since it's an arrangement of the Academy, I don't dare to make any rash decisions on my own accord. I only know that I have to fulfill my duty for this trip." Yang Ruoxu said expressionlessly. "Oh? And your duty is?" Meng Yao asked. Yang Ruoxu said, "To select the most suitable disciples for our sect." Pausing for a moment, he continued, I can't cower because of any external obstacle. Humph. Meng Yao harumphed coldly. Yang Ruoxu was interrupted once more before he could finish. This time round, Meng Yao merely harumphed. However, it was as though a gigantic hammer had landed on his chest and struck his heart heavily. Yang Ruoxu's face turned purple and he felt his chest turn stuffy. It was extremely uncomfortable and his heart felt like it was about to explode. If Zither Immortal Meng Yao wanted to kill him, she wouldn't even have to lift a finger. This is just a small lesson for you. Meng Yao said coldly, if you push your luck and don't know what's good for you, I can kill you right now. The many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were trembling in fear. That was a blatant threat. Nobody dared to doubt the Zither Immortal's methods. Meng Yao said, let me tell you, even if Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy comes here today, he has to give me face. Who do you think you are? Yang Ruoxu laughed bitterly. Fairy Meng Yao, please step in and get the academy to send senior brother Yu Hua over to replace me. I'll naturally have nothing to say about that. Meng Yao's expression turned cold and killing intent surged in her eyes. The repeated provocation of this Heaven Immortal had triggered her killing intent. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was wary of Heaven and Earth Academy and did not dare to attack Yang Ruoxu and the others. However, she did not have many reservations. She was the Zither Immortal. Even if she killed this unknown Heaven Immortal, she believed that Heaven and Earth Academy would not offend her. Senior Brother Yang, please come back. A cultivator of the academy could not help but say. Lu Wenbin was anxious as well. Senior Brother Yang, he hasn't joined the sect yet. Why would you risk your life to offend exalted Immortal Meng Yao for an outsider? What nonsense are you guys talking about? Yang Ruoxu suddenly turned around and shouted, I joined the academy and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. I have to have a clear conscience for everything I do. This person has already won the Immortal Sect selection and is qualified to join the 4 Immortal sections. How can he be considered as an outsider? Although the Zither Immortal is powerful, what rights does she have to take him away? If I retreat today, I won't be able to cultivate any righteousness. Yang Ruoxu said those words indignantly in an impassioned manner. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was moved. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Meng Yao said coldly with an indifferent expression. The moment she said that, the sound of a zither sounded in midair. The sound of the zither possessed a strange demonic power and ripples appeared in the void, spreading towards Yang Ruoxu. Although the ripples looked weak, Yang Ruoxu could not defend against them at all. Right then, a snow-white butterfly suddenly flew out of nowhere and entered the battlefield. Chapter 2140, 2140 Fairy Mo Qing. 2140 Fairy Mo Qing. The butterfly was inconspicuous and was only the size of a palm. It barged into the battlefield and flapped its wings gently above the ripples created by the sound of the zither. Crack! 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 Instantly, a layer of frost covered the ripples in midair and they froze under countless gazes. The cultivators were shocked. This was the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Even without using her full strength, it was not something that any ordinary person could defend against. If that snow-white butterfly could neutralize the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao, its cultivation realm must be at the perfected immortal realm as well. Where did the butterfly come from and what was its background? When perfected Immortal Jingyu saw the snow-white butterfly, he frowned and his gaze froze as he whispered, it seems to be the ice butterfly that escaped from Green Cloud County. Back when the ice butterfly was just born and awakened, its combat strength was far from its peak and it was severely injured by him. From the looks of it, the combat strength of the ice butterfly should have recovered to its peak. If they were to fight again, he might not be able to gain any advantage. The moment perfected Immortal Jingyu said that, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ice butterfly was staring at him not far away with obvious hostility. It's indeed that ice butterfly. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he recalled something. At that time, the severely injured ice butterfly was saved by one of the four great fairies, the painting Immortal. Did the sudden appearance of the ice butterfly mean that? At that thought, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu looked at Zither Immortal Meng Yao hurriedly and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, "Princess Meng Yao, watch out. There's a chance." He did not finish. He realized that everyone was looking in the same direction. He looked over instinctively as well. In the distant horizon, a woman was heading over. The woman had a graceful figure and light steps. She wore a tube dress and a silk veil with a slender waist. Her black hair was tied into a bun and her eyes were clear as water. Her skin was smooth and she had an orchid-like aura. Many cultivators seemed to see a drop of ink fall into the water and gradually disperse, forming an elegant and ancient ink painting. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting and was breathtakingly beautiful. The moment they saw the woman, many cultivators were stunned. Even the peerless and beautiful Zither Immortal could not conceal this woman's brilliance. Their beauty was completely different. This woman's beauty was even more reserved and ancient. Even Su Zimo, who had seen many beauties, was slightly dazed when he caught sight of this woman and could not help but exclaim internally. Before the cultivators could react, the woman had already arrived and stood opposite Zither Immortal Meng Yao. The ice butterfly flew around Su Zimo before returning to the woman's side and landing on her shoulder. Naturally, no one noticed that. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the woman, who would notice the ice butterfly's actions. When Yang Ruoxu saw the woman, he heaved a sigh of relief. Enduring the tightness in his chest, he bowed and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Senior Sister Mo Qing." Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Two of the four great fairies had arrived. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Be it the cultivators who were here to take part in the Immortal sect selection or watch the battle, none of them expected that they would have the chance to catch a glimpse of the glory of the two fairies. "So, it's younger sister Mo Qing. It's been a long time. How have you been, sister?" Meng Yao chuckled. Fairy Mo Qing did not reply and merely glanced sideways at Yang Ruoxu beside her. She waved her sleeves gently and bumped into Yang Ruoxu's chest. Yang Ruoxu shuddered and could not help but spit out a huge mouthful of blood. The blood was pitch black and looked a little terrifying. Earlier on, Yang Ruoxu was injured by Meng Yao's sound domain. His chest felt stuffy and his heart felt like it was about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable and he endured it the entire time. Now that he spat out that mouthful of blood, he felt his blood cheat clear and the discomfort from earlier on lessened significantly. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Yang Ruoxu expressed his thanks once more. Meng Yao noticed this and pondered. Fairy Mo Qing nodded before looking at Meng Yao opposite her and asking directly, "Why did you hurt a disciple of my academy?" "Him?" Meng Yao glanced at Yang Ruoxu and smiled. "Sister, I was just helping you teach a lesson to a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave himself." "What happened?" Fairy Mo Qing looked at Yang Ruoxu and asked softly. Yang Ruoxu hurriedly recounted the many changes that happened during the Immortal sect selection, from Su Zimo entering the valley to Meng Yao attacking him earlier on. Fairy Mo Qing's beautiful eyes shifted to Su Zimo and lingered for a moment before looking away. "The disciples of our academy will naturally be disciplined by our academy. There's no place for outsiders to interfere." After Fairy Mo Qing heard that, she said to Meng Yao, "In addition, Yang Ruoxu did not do anything wrong. Your younger brother was the one who broke the rules, right?" Many cultivators were secretly speechless. Who would have thought that today's matter would develop into such a situation? The immortal sect selection that was only held once every 100 years had now attracted 2 fairies, and they were even in a standoff. The atmosphere was tense. Fu. Meng Yao smiled. Why? Sister Mo Qing, are you angry with me because of a lowlife? Yang Ruoxu is not a lowlife. He's a disciple of our academy. Fairy Mo Qing glared at Meng Yao and said word by word. The smugness in Meng Yao's eyes intensified as she shook her head and sighed. To think that the painting immortal of divine firmament mainland, my dear sister Mo Qing, would fall into the sea of love one day. What did you say? Fairy Mo Qing frowned. Isn't it obvious enough? Meng Yao smiled. Notwithstanding the fact that Yang Ruoxu is just a lowlife, his cultivation realm is only at the heaven immortal realm. However, you're willing to get angry at me for his sake and confront me, Sister Mo Qing. Our many years of relationship can't compare to your lover. The moment she said that, everyone was in an uproar. One of the 4 great fairies, the painting immortal, already had someone she fancied. This was explosive news that would even cause discussions in the entire 9 firmament immortal domain. Fairy Mo Qing's face turned pale instantly as she clenched her fists instinctively. She glared at Meng Yao with her beautiful eyes. It was clear that she was extremely angry. Su Zimo cursed internally. This zither immortal was way too vicious. Regardless of whether or not Fairy Mo Qing had such a relationship with Yang Ruoxu. Even if there was, it was the most secretive matter between the 2 of them. Now that Meng Yao suddenly exposed it, the consequences for Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing would be extremely serious. Needless to say, Yang Ruoxu would have to deal with hostility and pressure. Fairy Mo Qing would also become the topic of gossip for countless cultivators. At that time, countless vicious words and filthy rumors would be splashed on Fairy Mo Qing. Furthermore, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. When he saw Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing's reactions, it did not seem like there was such a relationship. Meng Yao was setting up a vicious plot. She wanted to destroy the painting immortal with a few words. Chapter 2141, 2141 The Terror of Words. 2141 The Terror of Words. Within the carriage. The plain-robed woman frowned and suddenly said, Meng Yao has such a vicious mind. To think that she would want to destroy Mo Qing's reputation and Dao heart. As one of the 4 great fairies, Mo Qing is ranked alongside you. She shouldn't be defeated so easily, right? The girl could not believe it. The plain-robed woman said, among the 4 of us, Fairy Mo Qing is the quietest and doesn't like to fight. She's immersed in the Tao of painting and is relatively simple-minded. Meng Yao's words are indeed vicious and will hurt her immensely. The girl was still skeptical as she shook her head. How can a few mere words hold such power? You're too young and haven't left the palace much. You don't know the dangers of the outside world. The plain-robed woman said, although Meng Yao only said a few words, you have to understand that there are millions of cultivators and mouths here. Before long, this matter will spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and even the 9 firmament. At that time, countless mouths will be talking about this matter. A crowd's mouth can melt metal and destroy bones. At that time, countless rumors will spread in divine firmament mainland. The power of human words is much more terrifying than you can imagine. The girl frowned. But Meng Yao's words are baseless. Would anyone believe her? Isn't it normal for fellow sect mates to help one another? The plain-robed woman sighed gently. Rumors are always easier to spread than the truth. The girl was even more puzzled. Which do you think will bring about more attention? The fact that the painting immortal stood in to help a fellow sect mate or her having someone she fancies? The plain-robed woman asked instead. Naturally, the latter, the girl replied. The plain-robed woman nodded and said, most of the time, people only believe in what they want to believe and don't care about the truth. Rumors stop at wise men. However, there aren't many wise men in this world after all. Pausing for a moment, she sighed gently. Meng Yao's insight into the human heart is way too terrifying. She's trying to make use of everyone's mouths to destroy Fairy Mo Qing's reputation. In midair. Bullshit. Fairy Mo Qing was furious, but she did not know how to explain things right away. She did not want to explain either. Meng Yao's words were way too ridiculous. How could anyone believe her? But soon, Fairy Mo Qing realized that Meng Yao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused a huge reaction in the crowd. Many cultivators were already looking at her with strange gazes. Meng Yao, aren't you way too vicious to want to destroy senior sister Mo Qing's reputation? Although Yang Ruoxu was only a heaven immortal, he could not help but shout at Meng Yao. Fu. Meng Yao was not angered and said with a smile, why? The two of you can do it, but you won't allow others to speak about it? I know Sister Mo Qing's character the best. She stands aloof from worldly affairs and spends her days drawing flowers, birds, fish and insects. Why would she suddenly appear here? The only explanation is that someone met with danger here. Furthermore, this must be someone who could have her sacrifice everything and come over. The moment Sister Mo Qing arrived, she began to heal you. It's clear how much she cares about you. Nonsense. Mo Qing's body trembled slightly. She was obsessed with painting and did not like fuss. Therefore, she rarely interacted with others. The reason why her reputation grew was because every now and then, she would create paintings that experts of the upper world would fight for. She had no experience in dealing with the situation before her and did not know how to defend herself. I thought that the painting immortal was some pure and innocent fairy. So, she has human needs as well. It's no wonder why Yang Ruoxu is here to host the immortal sect selection despite his unknown background. In my opinion, it might be because of the painting immortal. She can't be considered as the painting immortal anymore, right? Now that she's Dao companions with someone else, she would be removed from the 4 great fairies. Right, do you guys think that the painting immortal and Yang Ruoxu had, hee? The crowd was noisy and the content of their discussions was getting more unbearable. Although some cultivators felt that it was not the truth because the painting immortal did not admit to anything during this period of time, it was useless, they were drowned by the other voices before long. This was the state of the rumor in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range alone, who knew what would happen when it spread further. Meng Yao smiled calmly and was smug internally. The impact of this matter would last for a long time. Even if Fairy Mo Qing could stabilize her Dao heart, her reputation would be completely destroyed and she might not even have a chance to break through in the future. That was not important. Most importantly, for Meng Yao, from this day forth, one of the 4 great fairies was gone. That meant one less opponent for her. If she had the chance, she would even want to destroy the other 2 fairies as well. It would be best if there was only a single fairy in Divine Firmament mainland that countless cultivators admired, the Zither Immortal. Ha ha ha. Right then, a burst of laughter sounded from midair. It was extremely loud and penetrated the clouds, even drowning out the discussions of many cultivators. Everyone looked over instinctively. Su Zimo was holding his belly and laughing non-stop, as though he had discovered the funniest thing in the world. If not for that laughter, almost everyone would have forgotten about him. Everyone, do you know why Prince Yuanzhua is chasing after me? Su Zimo retracted his smile and asked mysteriously. The crowd fell silent once more as many cultivators waited for Su Zimo to continue. Su Zimo said, "That's because I discovered the greatest secret of Prince Yuanzhua, or rather, the royal family of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." What nonsense are you talking about? Prince Yuanzhua barked coldly. Su Zimo sneered internally and continued, Prince Yuanzhua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao have already secretly become Dao companions and have had an illicit affair since a long time ago. The place fell into an uproar. This news was even more shocking. Even if the prince and princess were of different mothers, this was the greatest scandal of the great Jin royal family. To hell with you. Prince Yuanzhua was so angry that his face was green as he cursed. The smile on Meng Yao's face froze as well. Su Zimo said, if that's not the case, why would Prince Yuanzhua travel thousands of kilometers and even lead more than 100 execution guards to kill me? Given Prince Yuanzhua's current status, how can he activate perfected immortals? And now, not only has perfected immortal Jing Yu appeared, even Fairy Meng Yao is here. It's obvious why. Su Zimo sneered, why? You want to kill me because you're more powerful when you join forces as both siblings and husband and wife? Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman could not help but burst into laughter. Uncontrollably, she shook her head. This Su Zimo sure has a sharp tongue. Princess, could he be telling the truth? The girl was stunned by Su Zimo and asked instinctively. Dear child, how is that possible? The plain-robed woman shook her head gently and said helplessly. Pausing for a moment, she said, however, after this fiasco created by him, the impact on Fairy Mo Qing has diminished significantly. Chapter 2142, 2142 Picturesque Reality. 2142 Picturesque Reality. Many cultivators felt that Su Zimo's words were truly ridiculous. But soon, they realized that it was the same for Zither Immortal Meng Yao's remarks towards Fairy Mo Qing. At the end of the day, neither party had any evidence and merely accused with empty words. And, how dare you try and ruin my reputation? Die! Enraged, Meng Yao attacked and released a supreme divine power. She extended her slender finger and swiped in Su Zimo's direction through the void. A black line appeared in front of Su Zimo, emitting the aura of death as though it wanted to tear him into pieces. Supreme divine power, Death Slice. This was a supreme divine power that could only be comprehended after cultivating the great ripping technique to its limits and was extremely violent. Meng Yao's jade finger streaked through the void. At the same time that she released the supreme divine power, a faint sound echoed from the void, as though something was sliced. That sound possessed a strange power. Even the many cultivators far away from the battlefield felt uncomfortable when they heard that voice, as though every single inch of their flesh, bones and organs were being torn apart. That supreme divine power was infused with the sound domain killing technique that Meng Yao was well versed in. Even against a grade 6 Earth Immortal, Meng Yao did not hold back at all. Her killing intent was cold and she wanted to kill Su Zimo with a single strike. She had long forgotten about wanting to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo. Su Zimo's words had enraged her completely. As the Zither Immortal, in Divine Firmament Mainland, she was respected by countless cultivators as a fairy and revered like a god. Like a moon surrounded by stars, she had never suffered such slander and humiliation. Furthermore, the person who spoke was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Swoosh! A figure blocked in front of Su Zimo and waved her sleeves, releasing a supreme divine power. Instantly, majestic mountains and rivers appeared before everyone's eyes. The clouds were billowing and it was beautiful like a painting. Picturesque reality. Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman murmured. What? The girl asked instinctively. The plain-robed woman said, this is a supreme divine power comprehended by Fairy Mo Qing when she was obsessed in the Tao of painting in the past. She's the only one who can release this supreme divine power. The painting blocked the black thread of death conjured by Meng Yao. The two supreme divine powers collided with a shuddering sound. Right in front of everyone, even such a beautiful painting seemed like it could not withstand the killing power of Death Slice. Cracks appeared on the painting in a shocking manner. Shing! Before long, there were too many cracks on the painting and it shattered. The black thread of death gradually dissipated as well. Fairy Mo Qing retreated a few steps with a grim expression. In the clash of divine powers, zither immortal Meng Yao had the upper hand. Humph. Meng Yao's expression was cold as she mocked, Mo Qing, I can understand if you're angry with me because of your Dao companion, Yang Ruoxu. However, that ant is only a grade 6 Earth Immortal and has never joined Heaven and Earth Academy. Why are you still so protective of him? I don't want to argue with you, my conscience is clear. Fairy Mo Qing said. Fu. Meng Yao smiled and slapped her storage bag, summoning an ancient zither. Mo Qing, given your capabilities, how many of my zither sounds can you defend against? Meng Yao held the zither with one hand and her other hand had its fingers on the strings, ready to pluck at any moment. The cultivators were shocked. A fight between the two fairies and the possibility of a huge battle breaking out was definitely going to cause a huge stir in Divine Firmament mainland. Within the carriage, the girl could not stand Meng Yao's overbearingness and was naturally on Fairy Mo Qing's side. She said with a worried expression, I heard that the painting immortal is the weakest among the 4 great fairies. If the zither immortal were to attack with her full strength, she might not be able to defend against it. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Not necessarily. Right then, on the battlefield, Fairy Mo Qing touched her glabella gently with her jade-like finger and took out an ancient book from her consciousness. She flipped it open rapidly and revealed a page. On the page, there was a divine dragon with towering horns, scales all over its body and sharp claws. It was lifelike and emitted endless killing intent. Fairy Mo Qing tore the page off and held it in her palm, glaring at zither immortal Meng Yao coldly. Meng Yao frowned and glared at the page of drawing and the ancient book in Fairy Mo Qing's hands with a hint of fear in her eyes. Princess, what's that in the hands of the painting immortal? The girl could not help but ask. The plain-robed woman said, that's her painting book and she won't use it casually. The painting immortal is extremely talented in the Tao of painting. She can depict everything she has seen, be it flowers, trees, birds, beasts or even divine dragons and other races. That doesn't seem like much, right? The girl was puzzled. There are many painters in the upper world who can do that. The plain-robed woman shook her head and explained, not only can she draw their forms, Fairy Mo Qing can infuse the divine charm and dermic Tao of all living beings into them. It can take thousands or even 10,000 years to complete that painting of the divine dragon. It takes so long just to draw a painting. The girl stuck out her tongue in shock. The plain-robed woman said, that's right. Every single painting of hers is infused with the divine charm and dermic Tao of the living being. After painting, she will summon the painting and the living being in it will descend once more and appear in the world. Its combat strength will be almost the same as what she has seen. Ah! The girl exclaimed. That was way too amazing. Notwithstanding the fact that the living beings in the painting could descend once more through the painting immortal's hands, they could even release powerful combat strength. The plain-robed woman said, of course, there's a huge restriction to such methods. For example, the stronger the living being, the longer it takes for the painting to be completed and the greater the effort required. Furthermore, once this painting is torn from the painting book, it doesn't matter if the living being in the painting eventually descends, the painting paper will be rendered invalid. The girl understood. In other words, each of Fairy Mo Qing's paintings could only be released once. The plain-robed woman said, therefore, if the painting immortal is angered in a life and death battle and releases all the living beings in her painting book, even the 3 of us with our combined strength will have to avoid her, let alone zither immortal Meng Yao alone. Fairy Mo Qing tore off this painting paper to express her determination to Meng Yao. If Meng Yao really wants to attack, Fairy Mo Qing might fight against her at all costs. In reality, it was as the plain-robed woman had expected. After Fairy Mo Qing tore off the drawing paper from the book, Meng Yao had already thought of retreating. More importantly, after she exerted pressure on Heavenly Abyss earlier on, the latter had already sent a message to his sect. If the Chess Immortal knew about this, she would definitely rush over as well. At that time, she would be in a dilemma and things might get out of hand. Chapter 2143, 2143 Settled Dust. 2143 Settled Dust. Princess Meng Yao, let me help you. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu stood out. However, the moment he moved, he felt a chill envelop him. The ice butterfly circled around Fairy Mo Qing and glared at him with strong hostility, emitting a cold aura. He had some grudges with this ice butterfly in the past. Right now, the ice butterfly had already targeted him. If a huge battle were to break out, it would already be extremely fortunate if he could break free from the ice butterfly, let alone help the Zither Immortal. Clang! Suddenly, Meng Yao smiled and plucked the strings gently with her fingertips. However, there was no killing intent. Instead, it was pleasant to the ears like the sound of flowing water. The tension on the battlefield dissipated significantly. Since you're so insistent, Sister Mo Qing, I won't fight you. Meng Yao smiled gently. We've known each other for many years. There's no need for us to fight over such a small matter and become a joke. However, although you can protect the two of them for now, you can't protect them forever. With that said, Meng Yao put away her zither and turned to leave. Since it was useless to stay here, there was no need to waste time. There was still a long way to go. The grudge today had already been formed and there would definitely be a chance to kill Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo in the future. Prince Yuanzhuo was indignant. When Meng Yao appeared, her might was unparalleled and everyone avoided her. They almost managed to capture Su Zimo alive. Unexpectedly, the situation stabilized once more after the arrival of the Painting Immortal. Now, even Meng Yao was about to leave. Meng Yao's departure meant that no one could stop Su Zimo from joining Heaven and Earth Academy. At that time, with the backing of Heaven and Earth Academy, it would be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult for him to attack Su Zimo. Sister Meng Yao, are you leaving just like that? Prince Yuanzhua could not help but call out, Su Zimo is extremely detestable. He actually slandered us and said that the two of us had. Shut up. Meng Yao's expression darkened as she hollered. Waving her sleeves in reverse, she struck Prince Yuanzhua on the chest. Bang! The terrifying power of a perfected immortal's attack caused Prince Yuanzhua's body to explode instantly, turning into a blood mist. Many cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw that. Nobody expected Zither Immortal Meng Yao to be so ruthless to her younger brother. That tremendous power that destroyed Prince Yuanzhua's body was even enough to kill his essence spirit. At the side, perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed starkly as he hurried to save Prince Yuanzhua's essence spirit. The loss of the physical body was not fatal for Heaven Immortals. As long as there was a drop of blood, his body could be reconstructed. However, the destruction of an essence spirit was equivalent to death. Princess, please calm down. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu looked at Meng Yao, who had a cold expression, and said hurriedly, His Highness Yuanzhuo was unrestrained in his words and indeed deserves punishment. However, no matter what, he's still the son of King Jin. Please show mercy, Princess. Although Prince Yuanzhua's essence spirit was saved by perfected Immortal Jing Yu, he was completely stunned at that moment. The reason why he said that earlier on was because he wanted to agitate Meng Yao further so that she could continue attacking, even if it meant fighting the Painting Immortal. However, he could not understand why Meng Yao nearly killed him because of that sentence. Su Zimo was the one who said that. Even if she wanted to kill, Meng Yao should have dealt with Su Zimo. Why would she look for him? Although Prince Yuanzhuo was at a loss, as a bystander, Su Zimo understood everything clearly. Meng Yao had two motives for doing this. Firstly, it was to vent her anger. She did not manage to achieve her goal when she arrived this time round. Instead, she was slandered by Su Zimo. Naturally, she was pissed and had nowhere to vent the anger in her heart. Secondly, she wanted to prove her innocence. Since Su Zimo said that she was involved with Prince Yuanzhua, she would kill him and use the blood of her younger brother to prove her innocence. Through his two interactions with the Zither Immortal, Su Zimo had a rough judgment of Meng Yao. Although this fairy looked beautiful on the surface, she was truly vicious on the inside. She did not care about the lives of others, even her younger brother. She could resort to any means to achieve her goals. How ruthless! Prince Yuanzhua was almost beaten to death. I reckon that the two of them are definitely not Dao companions. Otherwise, how could she be so ruthless to her Dao companion? The crowd discussed. When Meng Yao saw that she had achieved her goal, she could not be bothered to attack anymore. She turned to look at Fairy Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo before turning to leave. Fairy Mo Qing's expression softened and she heaved a sigh of relief. She truly did not want to fight or kill anyone. She liked solitude and was aloof from worldly affairs to begin with. There was another reason why she was here. Within the carriage, the girl patted her chest gently. That fierce woman is finally gone. To think that she's the Zither Immortal. She's more like a female Yiksha. What rights does she have to be ranked alongside you, princess? Tui. Feeling indignant, the girl spat fiercely. The plain-robed woman smiled. Her Zither skills are indeed decent. She was implying that apart from her Zither skills, there was nothing worth mentioning about the Zither Immortal. Right. Suddenly, the girl thought of something and asked again, Princess, the painting Immortal is so powerful. If she sees a person, can she also draw the person and infuse his dermic Dao and divine charm into it? She'll be quite scary if that's the case. If she sees you, won't she be able to draw a clone of you whose strength is comparable to yours, princess? No. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. I heard that Fairy Mo Qing draws flowers, trees, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers and all living beings. However, she never drew human figures. Huh? Why? The girl's eyes widened in confusion. I don't know either. After pondering for a moment, the plain-robed woman said, perhaps there's no one whom she deems befitting of art. Or perhaps, the human heart is way too complicated and difficult to portray. You can't judge a book by its cover. The girl murmured softly and fell into deep thought. In midair, Prince Yuanzhua had already used blood to reconstruct his body. Even so, Meng Yao's attack earlier on had destroyed more than half of his bloodline and he had lost a lot of blood qi. He would have to recuperate for a long time in the future before he could recover. Prince Yuanzhua glared at Su Zimo fiercely, wanting nothing more than to devour him alive. He was way too aggrieved. First, he received a mysterious letter. Thereafter, he made sufficient preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong and arrived here with more than 100 execution guards. However, he did not expect them to be completely annihilated. Even he was almost beaten to death by his sister personally. He had already become a joke. It was all because of Su Zimo. Your Highness, let's head back. When perfected Immortal Jingyu saw that Prince Yuanzhua was still filled with killing intent, he could not help but send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Now that the painting Immortal is presiding over the situation and Princess Meng Yao has already left, there's no way we can take Su Zimo away with just us. There's still a long way to go. There will definitely be a chance to deal with this lad in the future. Prince Yuanzhua also knew that perfected Immortal Jingyu was not wrong. He could only swallow all the grievances and anger in his heart. Let's go. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu cupped his fists towards Fairy Mo Qing before leaving with Prince Yuan Zhua and Lone Star, disappearing into the horizon before long. Chapter 2144, 2144 Joining the Academy. 2144 Joining the Academy. Prince Yuan Zhua, the storm in the Immortal sect selection gradually calmed down. Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, he was only a step away from death earlier on. If Fairy Mo Qing had not arrived in time, he would have been killed by Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Of course, Yang Ruoxu was puzzled as well. From what he knew, senior sister Mo Qing was indeed quiet and aloof from worldly affairs. She was often in seclusion painting on her main peak and rarely appeared. He had never heard of her getting too close to anyone. He had joined the sect for tens of thousands of years and had only seen senior sister Mo Qing a few times from afar during this period of time. He did not have the chance to interact with her, let alone speak to her or even befriend her. Fairy Mo Qing's actions today were indeed strange. Of course, Yang Ruoxu did not think too much about it. He merely thought that Fairy Mo Qing had helped him because she happened to pass by and saw that her fellow sect mate was in trouble. Thank you for your help, senior sister Mo Qing. Yang Ruoxu bowed respectfully to Fairy Mo Qing. Su Zimo stood out as well and bowed to Fairy Mo Qing. Thank you, Fairy Mo Qing. No matter why Fairy Mo Qing appeared and fought against Zither Immortal Meng Yao, he should be grateful that she saved his life. Fairy Mo Qing had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. She merely nodded and did not look at the two of them anymore. Suddenly, she sensed something and her gaze shifted to an ordinary carriage in the crowd. Amazing! The plain-robed woman could not help but praise internally. Princess, the painting immortal seems to have discovered us. The girl was surprised. Ever since Fairy Mo Qing appeared, the plain-robed woman had not appeared and there was no activity in the carriage. To think that Fairy Mo Qing would discover them right away in a crowd of millions. As the painting immortal, Fairy Mo Qing's eyesight is naturally extremely strong. If not for that skill, how could she capture the dermic Tao and divine charm of all living beings in the world? The plain-robed woman said softly. She smiled gently and nodded in the direction of Fairy Mo Qing through the curtain of the carriage. Fairy Mo Qing nodded in return. Yang Ruoxu turned around and looked at the 100 people selected from the Immortal sect selection. The Immortal sect selection will continue. Su Zimo, are you willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy? Hold on. Right then, Heavenly Abyss suddenly spoke and looked at Su Zimo. Earlier on, Mountain Sea Immortal sect was forced to withdraw because of the circumstances. I've already reported this matter to the sect and experts of the sect will arrive soon. Mountain Sea Immortal sect is willing to recruit you. Imperial Wind Temple can agree to recruit you too, Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood out hurriedly as well. Yang Ruoxu sneered. Indeed, there was nothing much to say when the two of them were forced to retreat by Meng Yao earlier on. However, the fact that they came back now to try and steal Su Zimo was rather shameless. Only, everyone could read the situation and Yang Ruoxu could not be bothered to expose them. In the end, it still depended on Su Zimo's choice. Thank you for your kind intentions. Almost without hesitation, Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Heaven Abyss and Heaven Immortal Green Peak before saying, I'm willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy. Initially, he was indeed inclined towards Mountain Sea Immortal sect. That was because on the Dragon Abyss Star, he had conflicts with 3 perfected immortal experts of Flying Immortal sect, Heaven and Earth Academy and Imperial Wind Temple. However, earlier on, it was because of Yang Ruoxu's persistence and Fairy Mo Qing's timely appearance that he was able to survive. If he were to enter Mountain Sea Immortal sect now, wouldn't he be an ungrateful person? Heaven Abyss sighed gently with a regretful expression. Yang Ruoxu's expression softened as he nodded to Su Zimo. "Come over and stand behind me." Su Zimo obeyed and stood in the camp of Heaven and Earth Academy. At that moment, he truly felt at ease. After ascending to the upper world, the environment he was in was extremely cruel and dangerous. It was always filled with danger and he could die at any moment. Now that he had Heaven and Earth Academy backing him, he could cultivate openly. No matter how strong Prince Yuan Zuo was or how powerful the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was, they would not dare to capture him at Heaven and Earth Academy. From this day forth, anyone who wanted to bully the young with their cultivation realm would have to think about Heaven and Earth Academy backing him. When Fairy Imo Qing saw that nothing was wrong, she did not bid farewell to everyone and turned to leave with the ice butterfly, disappearing into the horizon before long. "We should leave too." Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman said softly. "Princess, aren't you going to stay to see which immortal sect Prince Yunlei will join?" The girl said, "Princess Scarlet Rainbow is next. After her is Prince Yunlei." "Him?" The plain-robed woman shook her head gently, seemingly uninterested, and said casually, "I don't know which immortal sect he will join, but it definitely won't be Heaven and Earth Academy." "Why?" the girl asked. The plain-robed woman did not explain and her spirit consciousness moved, controlling the carriage to leave the place as well. In midair, the second person with the most number of coiling dragon badges was Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's talent and potential were equally terrifying. If not for Su Zimo, this princess would have been the first person recruited by the four immortal sects with all their might. Of course, the four Heaven Immortals knew that Princess Scarlet Rainbow would most likely join Imperial Wind Temple. Flying Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Immortal White Sea said in a deep voice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Abyss added. Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. Fellow Taoists, to be fair, the speed of Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique is her greatest advantage. If she can join Imperial Wind Temple, she can maximize that advantage. There's no need for the two of you to fight. Imperial Wind Temple is the most suitable. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Heaven Immortal Green Peak ramble on, she waved it off. Exalted Immortal, there's no need to say anything more. I want to join Heaven and Earth Academy. The smile on Heaven Immortal Green Peak's face froze and he swallowed his words with an awkward expression. The other three Heaven Immortals revealed surprised expressions as well. Scarlet Rainbow, are you sure? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked in a deep voice, you should know that you can only unlock your potential completely after joining Imperial Wind Temple. Initially, I wanted to join Imperial Wind Temple. Pausing for a moment, Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at the green-robed scholar in the Heaven and Earth Academy formation and smiled gently, revealing her petite canine teeth. However, I've changed my mind now. Heaven Immortal Green Peak harumphed coldly and said nothing more. Naturally, Yang Ruoxu was delighted and nodded slightly to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Scarlet Rainbow, come over as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow giggled and ran to the formation of Heaven and Earth Academy, standing beside Su Zimo. Little Earth Immortal, I told you that you won't be able to escape, right? Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked askance at Su Zimo with a crafty expression and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Su Zimo lowered his head expressionlessly, as though he had not heard anything. Humph, what are you acting cool for? Princess Scarlet Rainbow secretly extended her finger and poked Su Zimo's ribs. To think that the Green Lotus true body would be incomparably tough. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's poke nearly snapped her finger and she gasped in pain, almost crying out. Chapter 2145, 2145 Outer Sect Disciples. 2145 Outer Sect Disciples. The Immortal Sect selection continued and it was Prince Yunlei's turn. Although all four Immortal Sects wanted him, he pondered for a long time and chose Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. For Prince Yunlei, it did not matter which immortal sect he chose. The only thing he had to take note of was to avoid Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy. If he were to join the Academy as well, he would be suppressed by Su Zimo for a long time to come. That was difficult for him to accept. Prince Yunlei did not realize that he had subconsciously believed that he could not surpass Su Zimo. Without anyone interfering, the immortal sect selection was successfully completed and ended quickly. The 4 immortal sects left Coiling Dragon Mountain Range with the disciples they recruited this time round and returned to their sections. Although the immortal sect selection was over, many of the cultivators that lingered around Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were still unwilling to leave and discuss things. It was almost certain that before long, everything that happened in the immortal sect selection would spread through the entire divine firmament as quickly as possible. A grade 6 Earth Immortal who ascended from the lower worlds killed more than 100 execution guards. 2 of the 4 great fairies gathered and almost fought. The Painting Immortal might already have a Tao companion. Once spread, every piece of news could ignite divine firmament mainland. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were on a gigantic ship that traveled through the clouds. The ship was around 30 feet long and had 3 levels. Each level was exquisitely decorated with an ancient charm. There were all sorts of items in the cabins. Standing on the deck, Su Zimo welcomed the breeze and recalled his experiences of the past 3,000 years since his ascension, feeling sad. Both the human emperor and Dayu had once said that the environment of the upper world was extremely cruel. However, Su Zimo had not expected it to be so vile. Even with his talent and methods, he barely managed to survive till this point and had encountered countless dangers. If it was anyone else, it would be even more difficult. Many of his old friends in Tianhuang mainland had already ascended, but he did not know where they were. Su Zimo could not help but feel worried. It was especially so for ascenders with meek personalities such as Xiaoning, Tao Yao and Little Fox, who knew what sort of hardships they would experience in the upper world. Of course, even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do about it. According to their different physiques, cultivation techniques and races, ascenders would ascend to different places. Even in the heavenly world, it was difficult for Su Zimo to find old friends who had ascended within the divine firmament immortal domain of the 9 firmament immortal domain, let alone the entire upper world. The divine firmament immortal domain was way too huge. Given Su Zimo's movement technique, even if he did not encounter any danger or obstacles, it would take him dozens of years to cross the divine firmament immortal domain. Searching for someone in the divine firmament immortal domain was even more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. If nothing else held him back in the lower worlds, the martial Tao prime body would soon ascend as well. What are you thinking about? Right then, a crisp voice sounded from the side. Without turning back, Su Zimo knew that it was Princess Scarlet Rainbow of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Nothing much. Su Zimo replied casually. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow continued, you ascended from the lower worlds. Why are you so powerful? Right, what was the divine power of the pair of golden wings you released previously? How was it so fast that you disappeared in a flash? Also, do you know myriad transformations? How can you change your appearance casually? The flame secret skill you released was also very powerful. I'm well versed in many secret skills of fire too. You should know that the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom was founded on the Tao of Fire, right? In this aspect, even the 4 immortal sects can't compare to us. If you want to break through in the Tao of Fire, we can find an opportunity for you to head to the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom with me. I'll take you to the library in the palace to take a look. In the past few days, Princess Scarlet Rainbow would run to Su Zimo's side and chat with him. Su Zimo was extremely frustrated, but he could not say it explicitly. He did not chase Princess Scarlet Rainbow away and merely replied occasionally. Compared to Prince Yuanzhua and Princess Mengyao, while this princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was talkative and curious about everything, she was much better than the other two. There was no condescending aura around Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Although she knew that he was someone who had ascended from the lower worlds, there was no contempt in her eyes. Su Zimo gradually adapted to the nagging of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Slowly, he could contemplate his own thoughts while listening to her ramble without being affected. Although he was out of danger, the uneasiness in Su Zimo's heart did not dissipate. He could not understand why Prince Yuanzhua would appear at the Immortal Sect selection. From the looks of it, Prince Yuanzhua clearly knew his whereabouts. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhua knew what he looked like after transformation. How could this be? Everyone, Heaven and Earth Academy is up ahead. Right then, Yang Ruoxu's voice sounded. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and put aside the doubts in his mind for the time being. Prince Yuanzhua was probably the only one who could clear those doubts. Su Zimo looked over. At the end of the horizon, a series of mountain peaks appeared. Some of them towered into the clouds, towering and upright with countless vegetation and flowers growing on them. Amidst the flowers, majestic palaces rose one after another. If they were slightly closer, everyone would be able to hear a series of shocking explosions. On the many mountain peaks, 1,000-feet-long waterfalls poured down one after another. Similar to galactic rivers, they flowed into the lakes below, causing huge splashes that sounded like thunder. The galactic rivers fell and mist filled the air, forming auspicious clouds that floated among the mountains like a paradise. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had seen many sects and paradise lands, they were far inferior compared to the scene before him. Compared to the scene before him, the feng shui terrain of Astral Sect seemed a little shabby. More importantly, after entering this place, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the heaven and earth essence qi here was several times richer than outside. In other words, if he cultivated here, his speed would be many times faster than outside. It's no wonder why the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms are able to nurture so many paragons and monster incarnates. With such a cultivation environment and feng shui, one can cultivate with half the effort. Su Zimo sighed internally. Everyone. Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo and the others. From this day forth, you guys will be outer sect disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. This is where the outer sect of the Academy is located. Su Zimo was shocked. Despite the scene, this was merely a cultivation ground for outer sect disciples. What sort of a paradise awaited inner sect disciples and legacy disciples? Yang Ruoxu continued, I'll send you guys here. After you head down, an outer sect steward will receive you. There, you can collect your outer sect disciple badges. Of course, you guys can also choose some servants in the outer sect to help you deal with some trivial matters. Every outer sect disciple can choose 10 servants. As for anything else, the outer sect steward will tell you. Chapter 2146, 10,000-year meet. 2146 10,000-year meet. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, additionally, let me remind you guys. Although you've already surpassed most cultivators of the same cultivation realm after entering the academy, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You must not slack off at all. In about 1,000 years, the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's 10,000-year meet will begin. All of you should have heard that, as the name implies, the 10,000-year meet is a cultivation gathering held once every 10,000 years. At that time, many cultivators of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain will be gathered. At this 10,000-year meet, there will be the largest marketplace in 10,000 years with countless unique treasures gathered by the Paragon disciples of the major sects and factions. At that time, these Paragon disciples will have the most intense collision to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. Su Zimo was enlightened. So, the fight for the Earth ranking was at the Immortal Dao meet that was held once every 10,000 years. There were many motives for such a gathering. On the one hand, it was to gather the paragons of the divine firmament immortal domain and provide them a chance to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, it could also give many cultivators in seclusion a chance to exchange pointers. Yang Ruoxu said, "The venue of the 10,000-year meet is different each time. Almost all of them are held in the regions of the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sections. Apart from Divine Firmament Palace, only the 7 major factions could hold such a grand cultivation event in Divine Firmament Mainland." "I know." Suddenly, Princess Scarlet Rainbow shouted and said smugly, "The next 10,000-year meet will be held in our Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom." "That's right." Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly and continued, "There are a total of 100 spots on the Earth ranking. The major sects and factions value the Earth ranking immensely, and it's the same for the Academy. On the one hand, it's a symbol of honor. On the other hand, the higher one's ranking on the Earth ranking, the greater the benefits they will receive. Apart from that, if any of the outer sect disciples of the Academy can enter the top 10 of the Earth ranking, they can join the inner sect in advance and enjoy the cultivation resources of the inner sect disciples even before they become heaven immortals." "What cultivation resources do inner sect disciples have? Do they get more essence spirit stones?" someone in the crowd asked. Yang Ruoxu smiled gently. "Outer sect disciples can receive 1,000 essence spirit stones a year. Internal sect disciples can receive 10 times that number. In other words, they can receive 10,000 essence spirit stones. Additionally," Yang Ruoxu paused for a moment before continuing, "as an inner sect disciple, you also have a chance to collect essence spirit liquid." The crowd exclaimed. It seemed like essence spirit liquid was something that was extremely famous, but Su Zimo had never heard of it. Essence spirit liquid is purer and richer than essence spirit stones. There are extremely few impurities and it's easier to absorb and refine it. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Su Zimo's puzzled expression, she sent a voice transmission secretly, "A single drop of essence spirit liquid is comparable to 10,000 essence spirit stones." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why Heaven and Earth Academy was a heaven-grade sect, they actually had such good stuff. If essence spirit liquid was coupled with the richer Heaven and Earth essence chi in the inner sect environment, one's cultivation speed would definitely increase by another level. Yang Ruoxu left a few more reminders before turning to leave. Su Zimo and the others descended and there was already an outer sect steward waiting below. The outer sect steward's surname was Chen and he was skinny. He was a grade 9 Earth Immortal and looked at Su Zimo and the others coldly. Everyone had to collect a few items from Steward Chen. Identity badge. Upon receiving it, they had to carve their names on it. Su Zimo received the identity badge and rubbed his fingers gently. The identity badge was made from an unknown wood and was extremely tough and indestructible. Princess Scarlet Rainbow came to the side and whispered, "The material used for our identity badges is different from the inner sect disciples. Theirs are made from rare metals and can even be used as dermic treasures. I heard that the identity badges of legacy disciples are made of jade. If they wear it on their bodies all the time, it can even nourish their essence spirits." The Academy did not have any uniform requirements for the attire of disciples and was more casual. Apart from the identity badge, there was also a manual with many rules of the sect as well as reward and punishment mechanisms. The first lesson for you guys after joining the Academy is to memorize the sect's rules when you head back. Don't leave anything out. Steward Chen said coldly, "Don't regret it when you break the rules and are punished. All of you, listen up. I don't care what your identities were in the past. After entering the Academy, you only have one identity, a disciple of the Academy." It was clear that Steward Chen was trying to establish dominance among the newcomers. However, For Su Zimo and the others to be able to stand out in the immortal sect selection, all of them were paragons and had experienced countless bloodshed. Although they were respectful on the surface, they thought nothing of Steward Chen's words. Steward Chen sneered, "Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. In each batch of newcomers, there are always foolish ones. For light offenses, you might be stripped of your status as an outer sect disciple and be punished to become a servant. If it's serious, you might be kicked out of the academy or even killed on the spot." At that point, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they gradually realized the gravity of the matter. Sensing the fear in everyone's eyes, Steward Chen looked satisfied. "I'll put it bluntly. If I catch any of you making mistakes, don't blame me for not taking our relationship into account. Of course, I don't have any relationship with you guys to begin with." With that said, he flicked his robes and turned to leave, leaving everyone with a skinny back view. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness, "Little Earth Immortal, you don't have to listen to his threats. There's an outer sect disciplinary elder. Even if anything happens, this steward won't be the one to enforce the rules." Most of these outer sect stewards were outer sect disciples in the past as well. However, they failed to break through to the Heaven Immortal realm even after cultivating for a long time. As such, they could only take on jobs such as stewards in the outer sect and rely on that status to exert dominance. There's nothing much to them. Su Zimo nodded. "Let's choose a few servants first so that they can help us with some trivial stuff." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pulled Su Zimo and wanted to take a look at the servants' area. Although she was a princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she had just entered the academy and everything was new to her. She wanted to take a look around. "I don't need servants." Su Zimo shook his head. "Princess, go on your own." He intended to enter seclusion right away after joining the academy. There was still 1,000 years to the 10,000-year meet and time was relatively pressing. When he received the inheritance in Astral Sect, he had accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi in his body. He wanted to enter seclusion now to refine the heaven and earth essence chi. He wanted to raise his cultivation before the 10,000-year meet as soon as possible. He was the number one of the immortal sect selection. However, he might not have absolute confidence in the fight for the earth ranking if the difference in cultivation realm was too great. There was always someone better out there. For example, the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom already had a monster incarnate like Yunting. At the 10,000-year meet, the Earth ranking would be ranked again and countless paragons and monster incarnates would appear. Chapter 2147, 2147 Seclusion. 2147 Seclusion. If you have servants, they can help you deal with many things. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "For us, we might be in seclusion most of the time. Outer sect disciples also get a spirit herb garden. Although it's not big, we need someone to take care of it. It's best to leave it to the servants. If there's any news or trivial matters, you can leave it to the servants. For example, the servants can collect the 1,000 Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion every year." Su Zimo flipped through the ancient book in his hands and pointed to one of the pages. It says here that the Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion each year can also be withheld temporarily and stored in the Essence Spirit Pavilion. I can collect everything at one go only when I need it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked, "What will you cultivate with if that's the case?" Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, the dragon girl he encountered gave him a storage bag with 10 million Essence Spirit Stones. It was enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. At the very least, he would not lack Essence Spirit Stones for the next 1,000 years. He was the Green Lotus True Body and there was a high chance that some phenomenon would be leaked when he cultivated. It was inconvenient to have servants by his side. Princess Scarlet Rainbow persuaded him for a while more, but Su Zimo rejected her politely and went straight to his residence. There were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy. Even so, the treatment of every outer sect disciple was better than inner sect disciples of other Earth or Blackgrade sects. Su Zimo's residence was located at the foot of a beautiful mountain peak. Beside it was a waterfall that fell from the skies, forming a lake shrouded by clouds. The surroundings were filled with lush greenery. In fact, there were even squirrels and mystical demon beasts such as cranes roaming in the vicinity. The demon beasts were not afraid of humans. Even for ferocious beasts, they did not attack cultivators with identity badges of the academy. The residence of outer sect disciples was not simple either. There was a gigantic courtyard, rooms for cultivation, pill refinement and weapon refinement, as well as a resting place for servants. Outside the residence was a huge medicinal field where spirit herbs and immortal herbs could be planted at will. Su Zimo entered the courtyard and injected essence chi into his identity badge. The patterns on the identity badge suddenly shone brightly and entered every corner of the courtyard. Thereafter, the glow on the identity badge gradually faded. It was recorded in the sect manual that if someone stayed in the courtyard, there would be a distinct barrier and restriction. Without the owner's permission, cultivators of the same sect would not be able to barge in. Su Zimo entered the cultivation room and assumed a lotus position, letting out a long breath. Ever since he ascended, it was only at this moment that he had truly settled down. He no longer had to flee everywhere or worry that a calamity would descend upon him at any moment. As one's cultivation grew, the difficulty of cultivating would increase as well. If nothing unexpected happened in the next 1,000 years, Su Zimo had a chance of breaking through to the level 7 Earth Essence realm or even cultivating to the peak of a grade 7 Earth Immortal. Xian Immortal Kingdom, Library. The plain-robed woman had already returned from coiling Dragon Mountain Range and was flipping through an ancient book. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from behind her. Without turning back, the plain-robed woman could guess who it was. In this library, this particular younger brother of hers was the only one who could be so unruly. Sister. I heard that there's news of Su Zimo. Before he arrived, a voice sounded, breaking the tranquility of the library. Frowning slightly, the woman turned around and saw a man with sharp brows and starry eyes striding over. There was a sharp glint in his eyes and he had a domineering aura. It was the most famous monster incarnate of Divine Firmament Mainland in the past 100,000 years, Prince Yunting. When Yunting saw the anger on the woman's face, he quickly realized something and smiled embarrassedly, whispering, "Sister, don't scold me. I'll just lower my voice." Loud voices were not allowed in the library. Yunting had been lectured by his sister many times because of this. However, when he heard the news of Su Zimo this time round, Yunting was so excited that he forgot about it and ran over excitedly. The plain-robed woman's expression softened as she sized up Yunting. She nodded and said, "You've gained quite a bit from this seclusion. You've broken through to the Heaven Essence realm." "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Yunting raised his head and said proudly, "What's Su Zimo's cultivation realm now? He must be many realms behind me by now, right? He's a grade 6 Earth Immortal now. In terms of cultivation speed, he's slightly inferior to you," the plain-robed woman said. Yunting chuckled. "A grade 6 Earth Immortal? His cultivation speed is already very fast. However, against an opponent like me, he has no choice but to submit in the future. I'm not finished yet. You have nothing to be proud of." The plain-robed woman said, "The reason why you cultivated faster than him is because you only specialize in the Sword Dao and inherited 2 secret classics of the Sword Dao. You possess such opportunities as well as the endless resources of our immortal kingdom. As for him, he can only depend on himself and was hunted constantly with his life in danger. Your starting points are different. It's hard to say who's better. If it was in a different environment, he might not be inferior to you. Yun Ting was indignant and was naturally upset. Just as he was about to argue, the plain-robed woman continued, furthermore, there's no need for cultivators to compete in cultivation speed. Also, you've cultivated too quickly in the Earth Essence realm and your foundation is unstable. There's a high chance that this will be a hidden ailment in the future. Yun Ting said, that's right, there's indeed no need to compete in cultivation speed. However, if I fight him again, he won't be a match for me. That's not for sure. The plain-robed woman shook her head. If you guys battle in the same cultivation realm, the outcome between you and him will be indeterminate. Impossible. Yun Ting waved his hand. When I was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, I defeated all the Earth Immortal experts of the 4 Immortal sections. Although I did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking, if I claim to be the second strongest Earth Immortal, who would dare claim they're the first? What rights does Su Zimo have? The plain-robed woman smiled and recounted the events of the Immortal sect selection. Yun Ting's eyes lit up when he heard that. There was no fear in them. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. When the plain-robed woman saw that, she nodded to herself. Her younger brother's defeat in the Emperor's tomb back then did not affect him. Instead, it tempered his Dao heart even more. The main reason why Yun Ting did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking was because he was already publicly acknowledged as the #1 Earth Immortal in the entire Divine Firmament mainland. When he was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he could sweep through the 4 Immortal sections. Who would be a match for him when he cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal? However, at that moment, Yun Ting felt a sense of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have suppressed his cultivation realm and made a breakthrough later. That way, he could fight Su Zimo again at the 10,000-year meet. Right now, he had already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm and could no longer take part in the fight for the Earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet. Suddenly, Yun Ting burst into laughter. It's fine, I'll wait for him at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. At that time, I'll fight him for the Heaven ranking. Chapter 2148, 2148 Empty Tomb. 2148 Empty Tomb. Tianhuang Mainland, Zhanglang Mountain Range. In accordance to Ji Yaoshue's wishes, the martial Dao Prime Body buried her here. He did not leave and instead guarded her quietly for almost a year. Actually, for the martial Dao Prime Body, there was nothing worth longing for in the lower worlds. However, he did not leave. That was because there was something that he could not figure out. How did Ji Yaoshue die? Ji Yaoshue's talent was not extremely poor. On the contrary, she possessed a heaven spirit root right from the start of her cultivation and was definitely someone with exceptional talent. Even if her talent was extremely poor, the martial Dao Prime Body had given her countless treasures, immortal pills and elixirs through Tao Yao all these years. It could even be said that the martial Dao Prime Body had sought out all treasures that could possibly be found in the lower worlds for her to consume. With so many treasures, even a mere mortal with an ordinary body should have broken through to the void reversion realm in 3,000 years. However, Ji Yaoshue's cultivation remained stagnant. The strange thing was that although Ji Yaoshue's lifespan decreased day by day, her face did not show any signs of aging. What was the reason for that? For the past year, the martial Dao Prime Body guarded Ji Yaoshue's grave and pondered over all possibilities. Could Ji Yaoshue have been silently cursed by someone when she was alive? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Dao Prime Body. That was indeed possible. The power of a curse was sinister and terrifying, it could indeed have such an effect. However, the witch race had long been destroyed by Daiyu. Where did a curse like this come from? Furthermore, he had checked on Ji Yaoshue's condition previously and did not discover anything unusual. The gaze of the martial Dao Prime Body landed on a tomb not far away. After pondering for a long time, he decided to open the tomb and check on Ji Yaoshue's corpse. Although this action was disrespectful to the dead, the martial Dao Prime Body would definitely not allow Ji Yaoshue to die without understanding why. Over the years, he had obtained many essence spirit stones from the God realm. Coupled with the Dao fruit of King Yunyu that he refined, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Fate Ring realm. Back then, he could not detect anything unusual. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he decided to check again. If there was truly anyone who casted a curse in secret to kill Ji Yaoshue, he would capture that person even if it meant death. The martial Dao Prime Body advanced and waved his robes, tearing through the mud on the tomb and revealing the coffin within. This coffin was created by the martial Dao Prime Body cutting down a stalk of soul-nourishing wood and could last for 10,000 years without rotting. The Mingwang prayer beads were made from the soul-nourishing wood. The martial Dao Prime Body extended his palm and curved his fingers. He grabbed gently through the void and lifted the lid of the coffin. The moment the coffin lid fell, the martial Dao Prime Body was stunned. Even with his temperament, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. How was that possible? The martial Dao Prime Body took a few more steps forward and took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he focused his gaze. The result was the same. The coffin was empty. Ji Yaoshue's corpse had vanished. The only thing left in the coffin was the robe that Su Zimo had made for her. It was so old that it was almost pale now. However, Ji Yaoshue's corpse was gone. The martial Dao Prime Body had not expected such an outcome after opening the coffin. Ji Yaoshue passed away right in front of him and he buried her here personally. For the past year, the martial Dao Prime Body had not left her side at all. There was no way anyone would take away Ji Yaoshue's corpse. However, the truth before him was that Ji Yaoshue's corpse had vanished right under the nose of the martial Dao Prime Body. In fact, he did not even notice it. The martial Dao Prime Body walked forward and picked up the clothes in the coffin. There was still a faint fragrance lingering on the clothes. The martial Dao Prime Body put away the clothes and stood in deep thought. He had roamed countless worlds of the lower worlds and witnessed many strange and mysterious powers, but he could not explain what was happening before him. Initially, the martial Dao Prime Body wanted to unravel the mystery of Ji Yaoshue's death. However, he did not expect to fall into an even greater mystery. Heavenly Wolf. The martial Dao Prime Body summoned a drop of blood from his storage bag with a single thought. That drop of blood contained a spirit consciousness from the upper world. The martial Dao Prime Body knew that one day, he would ascend to the upper world. Therefore, he did not kill Heavenly Wolf. Instead, he kept it by his side for the time being and it might be of use when he ascended to the upper world in the future. Heavenly Wolf knew a lot. However, it was extremely stubborn and refused to reveal many things. After the martial Dao Prime Body controlled the karmic flames, tribulation fire, martial spirit fire and dragon phoenix flames and tortured him continuously, he gradually submitted. The origin of the hell suppression tripod was also revealed by Heavenly Wolf. Great Master, what can I do for you? The drop of blood in midair transformed into the appearance of a tiny wolf demon with a humble expression. It lowered its head towards the martial Dao Prime Body with a pandering gaze. Heavenly Wolf could not defend against the 4 flames of the martial Dao Prime Body and had already acknowledged him as its master. The martial Dao Prime Body recounted the disappearance of Ji Yaoshue's corpse before asking, "Do you know the reason?" Heavenly Wolf was confused as well. "I don't know either." Heavenly Wolf said, "If the corpse is decomposed, it will definitely leave traces in the coffin. Of course, it's impossible for the corpse to be moved from under your watch as well, Great Master." This matter did not involve any secrets and there was no need for Heavenly Wolf to hide anything. The martial Dao Prime Body did not use his flames to burn Heavenly Wolf either. He stood in front of the empty coffin and was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, is there reincarnation and the netherworld in the upper world? Yes. Heavenly Wolf replied immediately with a firm tone. No matter what living being it is, after they die, they will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and leave their marks in the netherworld. Some experts of the upper world can even leave their soul imprints after cultivating to level 3 of the perfected one realm. They will be able to pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation without their imprints being destroyed. If they are reborn in the future and guided into cultivation, they might even be able to awaken their memories of their previous life after reaching the perfected immortal realm. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. In the years that the Green Lotus True Body roamed the upper world, he had heard of some legends of reincarnated immortals, but he had not met them yet. To think that the conditions to become a reincarnated immortal were so stringent. It was only possible if their cultivation were at the perfected immortal realm in this current lifetime. There was naturally no way Ji Yaoxue could have any soul imprint after her death. However, as Heavenly Wolf had said, no matter what living being it was, they would leave traces in the netherworld after they died. One day, he should head to the netherworld to take a look. That was probably the only way he could resolve this mystery about Ji Yaoxue. The martial Tao Prime Body heaved a deep breath and waved his robes, burying the empty tomb as he murmured, "Let's go. It's time to leave." "Where to?" Heavenly Wolf asked. "The upper world." The martial Tao Prime Body replied. Chapter 2149, 2149 Fiend Domain. 2149 Fiend Domain. At the mention of the upper world, Heavenly Wolf's eyes shone with excitement. However, he retracted it quickly and the glint vanished. The martial Tao Prime Body put Heavenly Wolf back into his storage bag. In a corner of his storage bag, a silver light shone and he took it out with a single thought. It was a silver mask from the upper world and was also a treasure. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also block the detection of others' spirit consciousnesses. Back then, Heavenly Wolf was stored in this silver mask and fell from the upper world with the Hell Suppression Tripod. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and wore the silver mask. The silver mask was as thin as cicada wings and covered most of his face. It did not affect his breathing at all and revealed a pair of deep eyes. He did not know where he would land for his ascension. Because the Green Lotus True Body was hunted when he ascended, out of caution, the martial Tao Prime Body still intended to wear the silver mask. Furthermore, the Green Lotus True Body had just established himself in the upper world. If the martial Tao Prime Body were to reveal his true appearance after ascending, it might create even more enemies for the Green Lotus True Body and bring about unnecessary trouble. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body rose slowly into the air and looked at the firmaments, releasing a perfected Mahayana realm spirit consciousness that triggered the heavenly tribulation. Now that the martial Tao Prime Body had cultivated to the level 8 Fate Ring realm, according to his calculations, he should have broken through from the Earth Immortal realm to the Heaven Immortal realm. At his cultivation realm, his control of his spirit consciousness was already superb. Over the years, in order to comprehend the power of the heavenly tribulation, he had even summoned it countless times and cultivated the tribulation fire. In the lower worlds, as long as one cultivated to the perfected Mahayana realm and released their spirit consciousness, they could trigger the descent of the heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao Prime Body was long used to such acts of deceiving fate. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies and lightning rumbled with a rampant might as the heavenly tribulation appeared. That scene attracted the attention of many Tianhuang mainland cultivators. Among them were some of Su Zimo's old friends such as Little Fatty, Ling Ro, Ji Chengtian, Solitary Cloud. Right in front of everyone, a purple-robed figure with a silver mask bathed in the power of the heavenly tribulation. His body was coiled with lightning that resembled an anaconda as he ascended slowly. The figure did not pause at all during its ascension. The apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was like an itch for this person. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation dissipated. The purple figure vanished at the end of the firmaments as well. This time round, he's truly gone. Leng Ro said softly. Everyone was silent and everyone had emotional expressions with a hint of sadness. Although they had known Su Zimo for a long time, not everyone could cultivate to the level of ascending to the upper world after thousands of years. In fact, some of them might not be able to ascend for the rest of their lives. Ji Qingtian said, everyone's fates are different and there's nothing we can ask for. I no longer have any regrets knowing Brother Su in this life. Let's cultivate properly. If 3,000 years won't do, we'll cultivate for 30,000 years. One day, we'll be able to ascend as well. Little Fatty was extremely optimistic and smiled. Who knows? By then, Bro might have already established a reputation in the upper world and we can seek refuge with him the moment we ascend. Everyone exchanged glances and smiled. The sadness in their hearts lessened significantly as they dispersed. The martial Dao prime body could not help but feel a tremendous suction force wrap around him and fly upwards. Initially, when he looked down, he could still see Tianhuang mainland beneath. As the distance between them increased, Tianhuang mainland became as insignificant as dust and eventually vanished from his line of sight completely. After an unknown period of time, the martial Dao prime body felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane. Suddenly, the environment changed and he was surrounded by faint heaven and earth essence qi. If he was not wrong, that thin membrane should be the barrier between the upper and lower worlds. The martial Dao prime body struggled slightly. Even with his level 8 fate ring strength that was comparable to a heaven immortal, he could not break free from the suction force that was restricting him. The martial Dao prime body passed through the sea of stars. A long time later, a large shadow appeared above his head and extended endlessly. Before he could react, his figure seemed to have entered a spatial tunnel. After the world spun, the figure of the martial Dao prime body stabilized. Another ascender has arrived. Including that person, we've already gathered 100 people. Capture that person and prepare to set off. The moment the martial Dao prime body stood still, a commotion broke out around him. He surveyed his surroundings. He stood in an area that resembled a sacrificial platform with rich heaven and earth essence qi surging around him. It was much richer than the boundaries between here and Tianhuang mainland. There were more than 10 cultivators standing around the sacrificial platform. All of them wore black robes and had ferocious expressions, emitting a strong blood stench. The martial Dao prime body swept his spirit consciousness. The cultivation of the cultivators varied, but they were all black immortals. Some of them were grade 7 and some were grade 8. The person with the highest cultivation was a grade 9 black immortal. Apart from his black robe, he wore armor and looked like the leader of the group. Not far away, 99 cultivators were kneeling. Every cultivator was covered in injuries and their faces were pale. Their eyes shone with fear and their cultivation realms were all grade 1 black immortals. From the looks of it, the 99 cultivators had just ascended. Hey, lowlife, what are you standing there for? Get the hell down. A grade 6 black immortal walked towards the martial Dao prime body and cursed. Which world is this? The martial Dao prime body opened his storage bag slightly and suddenly asked. This aura. Heavenly Wolf sensed carefully and his eyes lit up. This should be the fiend domain of the heavenly world. The martial Dao prime body nodded. The heavenly world was extremely vast and could be roughly divided into 3 regions. The 9 firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss, and the fiend domain were separated by the sacred tree. Although he and the green lotus true body had both ascended to the heavenly world, they were not in the same region and were too far away. Notwithstanding the 9 firmament immortal domain and the fiend domain, even within the 9 immortal domains, the green lotus true body would take dozens of years to cover given his current strength. Fiend domain. The martial Tao Prime body was in deep thought. When the grade 6 Earth Immortal that walked over saw that the martial Tao Prime body had yet to react, he could not help but laugh sinisterly and scold, "Ignorant thing, how dare you act cool in front of me?" Every ascender who had just arrived in the upper world thought that they were the paragons of the world. However, in their eyes, all the ascenders were fish on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. This person was prepared to teach the purple-robed man who had just ascended a lesson and make him suffer so that he could recognize reality. Among the kneeling crowd, an old man could not bear it and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, hurry and come down. Listen to orders lest you suffer an undeserved calamity." What undeserved calamity? The martial Tao Prime body turned to look at the old man and asked indifferently. The old man sighed. "Young man, you've just ascended and don't know the situation yet. No matter what status you have in the lower worlds or how famous you are, you can only bow down and accept your fate when you ascend here. Do you see those corpses at the side? Those people were disobedient and were killed by them." Chapter 2150, 2150 All Dead. 2150 All Dead. Indeed, the surroundings of the sacrificial platform were filled with white bones. Some of the corpses even had fresh flesh on them and did not look like they had died for long. "Old thing, you sure are talkative." Another grade 7 Black Immortal raised the chain in his hands and whipped down heavily. Piak! Instantly, a bloody scar appeared on the old man's body and his flesh split open. The old man grunted and shuddered with a pained expression, not daring to say anything more. In that short period of time, the grade 6 Black Immortal had already arrived before the sacrificial platform. The person strode forward and reached for the silver mask of the martial Tao Prime body, cursing, "How dare you wear a mask in the fiend domain? Take it off." Without even looking at him, the martial Tao Prime body flicked his robes and whipped the grade 6 Black Immortal. Poof! The body of the grade 6 Black Immortal exploded on the spot, turning into a blood mist with his essence spirit destroyed. Everyone was silent. The black-robed cultivators were initially chatting merrily. When they saw that, their smiles froze on their faces. The 99 cultivators whose limbs were locked by chains and were kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. In their eyes, a cultivator of the upper world who was so strong that they could not resist was killed by a casual sleeve of this ascender. How was that possible? They were all ascenders. How could this person possess such immense power? They were not the only ones confused. The fiend domain cultivators of the upper world could not understand either and were stunned on the spot. The martial Tao Prime body walked down the sacrificial platform slowly towards the dozens of people. Among everyone, the black-armored man in the lead was the first to react. He released his spirit consciousness rapidly and scanned the martial Tao Prime body. However, that person was even more puzzled. Even with his spirit consciousness cultivation, he could not detect the cultivation realm of the ascender. How was that possible? There was no way a cultivator of the lower worlds who had just ascended could be at a higher cultivation realm than him. Could this person have cultivated some cultivation concealment technique? That must be the case. The black-armored man judged. In reality, even heaven immortals and perfected immortal experts whose cultivation realms far surpassed his would not be able to see through the cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime body, let alone him. The martial Tao was different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos. The martial Tao Prime body created an unprecedented path and created the Fate Ring realm, opening the secret ground in his body and releasing his potential. Even the martial Tao Prime body had to verify with the Green Lotus True body to roughly deduce which cultivation realm the Fate Ring secret ground corresponded to. How could anyone else detect it? Ascender, you had better behave yourself. The black-armored man sent a voice transmission secretly and the dozens of black immortals beside him dispersed rapidly. They summoned their dermic treasures and surrounded the martial Tao Prime body. This is the territory of Yellow Sand Palace. When the black-armored man saw that everyone had already formed an encirclement around the martial Dao Prime body, he was relieved and sneered, "You must be tired of living to kill here. In the fiend domain, it's survival of the fittest and everything follows the laws of the jungle." Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded in the storage bag. Other places might be pretentious, but in the fiend domain, it's blood and killing. In this land, only the most ferocious and ruthless people can establish themselves. What's the grade of your Yellow Sand Palace? Suddenly, the martial Dao Prime body asked. Black grade, of course. The black-armored man said proudly. But soon, a question arose in his mind. How could this ascender know the difference in grades between the sects and factions of the upper world? Before he could react, the martial Dao Prime body pointed to the 99 ascenders kneeling on the ground beside him and asked, "What do you want them to do?" When ascenders of the lower worlds arrive in the upper world, they will naturally be enslaved by us for a period of time. The black-armored man said, "If you perform well, I can send you to the spirit field to be a spirit farmer and plant spirit herbs. It'll be easier. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll have to send you underground to mine." After the Green Lotus True Body ascended to the upper world, he did spirit farming and mining. Although the martial Dao Prime body had not experienced it personally, his two true bodies were telepathic. When he heard those two things, he felt a sense of resistance. Attack! Right then, when the black-armored man saw that the martial Dao Prime body seemed to be in a daze, he ordered without hesitation. The black-robed cultivators who were already raring to go attacked one after another. They summoned their dermic treasures and flying swords and slashed towards the martial Dao Prime body. The black-armored cultivator conjured immortal arts and divine powers hurriedly as well and released them. Body immobilization technique. Wind summoning. Thunder strike. Divine powers and immortal arts descended one after another. The martial Dao Prime body ignored it and did not even dodge, allowing the many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords to descend on him. When they saw that, the ascenders kneeling on the ground could not bear it and averted their gazes. The old man who reminded the martial Dao Prime body earlier on felt a sliver of hope when he saw that the latter was extraordinary. But now, he sighed gently. Even if this person had steel bones, he would be beaten to a pulp by so many cultivators. The black-armored man heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, he was still worried because he could not detect the cultivation realm of the martial Dao Prime body. But now, there should be no more accidents. Even a grade 1 Earth Immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. With that thought, many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords descended and rained down on the martial Dao Prime body. Divine powers and immortal arts dissipated without causing any ripples. When all the dermic treasures and flying swords struck the body of the martial Dao Prime body, tinkling sounds could be heard through his clothes. Right in front of everyone, the dermic treasures and flying swords shattered and turned into a dim pile of scrap metal that scattered on the ground. Pust! The black-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly as he gasped. What sort of methods were those? He resolved all the divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords without moving? Escape! That was the only thought in the black-armored man's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and fled without even reminding the other cultivators. Bang! 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 The sound of flesh colliding behind him was shuddering. He could not help but turn back. On the battlefield behind him, an indiscernible purple figure galloped continuously. All the cultivators in front of the purple figure turned into blood mists without exception. They were all dead. The cultivators died before they could even scream. The black-armored man felt his legs go limp and he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to look further, he took a deep breath and fled for his life. As long as he could escape to the nearest spirit mine, he might be able to survive. There were many Earth Immortal experts guarding the spirit mine. An Earth Immortal expert could definitely kill this purple-robed cultivator. Before long, the sound of collision behind him disappeared and a faint blood stench wafted over with the breeze. The black-armored man did not dare to turn back. He was afraid that he would see that cold silver mask and those indifferent and deep eyes again. Chapter 2151, 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. Foeman was flustered. As a Grade 9 Black Immortal of Yellow Sand Palace, he could be considered as a commander. He led his subordinates to guard this Ascension sacrificial platform without any mistakes for tens of thousands of years. Cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds, regardless of race or what sort of living beings they were, would be suppressed by them and treated as slaves. Anyone who resisted would suffer the most cruel punishment and might even die on the spot. The upper world was not a paradise. It was even more so in this fiend domain that was filled with killing and blood. Countless corpses could be dug out from every single inch of land in the fiend domain. Every ascender was invincible in the lower worlds. However, in their eyes, they were as weak as ants and could be bullied at will. There had never been any changes throughout history. However, this time round, that natural order seemed to have been broken. Foeman could not imagine how anyone who had just ascended could possess such a terrifying body. In fact, the purple-robed cultivator did not even use any other methods. He merely charged forward with his body and no one could defend against him. All the divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords could not defend against that person's body. Foeman fled for his life, not daring to turn back. He had already pushed his essence spirit to its limits and released all the methods to raise his movement technique. Perhaps it was because he fled too quickly or because the purple-robed cultivator was wary, he did not encounter any danger when he escaped to the nearest Yellow Sand Palace essence spirit mine. Foeman's fear only eased slightly when he saw dozens of Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace patrolling the vicinity of the essence spirit mine at the front. He mustered his courage and turned back. There was no one behind him. The purple-robed cultivator did not chase after him at all. He had been scaring himself the entire way. "Foeman, what are you doing here instead of guarding the sacrificial platform?" A Grade 2 Earth Immortal asked with a frown when he saw him. "Why are you running? Why are you so flustered? What happened? Why are you so scared?" Kong Yi, the commander of the spirit mine, walked over slowly and asked in a deep voice when he noticed the fear in Foeman's eyes. At that moment, Foeman was fleeing for his life. Be it his essence spirit or essence chi, they were both depleted and he was drenched in sweat. His face was pale and he looked like he was still in shock. "Greetings, Senior Brother Kong." Foeman gulped before replying. A purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask just ascended from the sacrificial platform. "This person killed all my underlings the moment he ascended." Foeman recounted everything he saw in detail. The dozens of Earth Immortals frowned when they heard that. This sounded like a fantasy. How could a cultivator of the lower worlds who had just ascended kill some high-level Black Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace? Everyone exchanged glances and sneered. "Foeman, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you know what happens when you spout nonsense and deceive exalted immortals in our Yellow Sand Palace?" A few Earth Immortals hollered with cold expressions. Foeman waved it off hurriedly. "Senior brothers, what I said is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes." "What's the cultivation realm of the person you're referring to?" Kong Yi asked indifferently. Foeman hesitated for a moment. "I couldn't detect his cultivation realm." "Ha ha ha." A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. A mocking look flashed through Kong Yi's eyes as well. "Foeman, there's only two possibilities right now. Either you're spouting nonsense or you've been struck by some illusion technique and everything you saw was an illusion. Fengman wanted to speak but stopped. He wanted to explain but did not know how to start. In fact, he had doubts in his heart. Could he have truly fallen into an illusion and been deceived? Right then, Kong Yi suddenly asked, "The person you mentioned earlier wore a purple robe and silver mask?" "That's right." Fengman nodded instinctively. Thereafter, he noticed Kong Yi looking into the distance with a strange expression. Fengman turned around. That single glance almost scared him out of his wits. In midair far away, a purple-robed man strode through the void and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. "Senior Brother Kong, that's him!" Fengman shouted. It was the Martial Dao Prime Body. After he ascended to the upper world, his first goal was to collect a large number of cultivation resources such as essence spirit stones and essence condensation pills to absorb and refine so that he could break through to the level 9 Fate Ring realm as soon as possible. When he heard that there was an essence spirit mine nearby, he was prepared to snatch it. Due to the unique bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body and the fact that he was hunted by King Yunyu previously, his identity was sensitive. After ascending to the upper world, he had too many reservations and was restricted. After the Green Lotus True Body entered the Essence Spirit Mine, he did not dare to make any major moves and merely cultivated secretly beneath the mine. This was a different situation from the Green Lotus True Body. Nobody knew the identity of the Martial Dao Prime Body. Nobody knew who he was either. With the silver mask, the Martial Dao Prime Body was completely fearless. He asked Fengman what grade Yellow Sand Palace was so that he could judge what would happen if he snatched the Essence Spirit Mine. Yellow Sand Palace, a black grade faction. Typically, once one cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm, they could establish a sect or faction at the black grade. Of course, the strength of every black grade sect or faction varied. For example, Astral Sect of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Sect Master Astral Rain was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal and there were many Heaven Immortal experts in the sect. These were the top-tier black grade sections. If the sect master or leader of a faction was only a low-level Heaven Immortal, their strength would naturally be much weaker. In a massive place like the Fiend Domain, there were countless factions like black grade and earth grade sections. In the territory of the Fiend Domain, conflicts broke out between major sects and factions almost all the time as they fought for cultivation resources. There was no order here and it was extremely chaotic. Some sects and factions might be destroyed within a few years after they were established. On the one hand, the Martial Dao Prime Body was here to snatch the Essence Spirit Mine. On the other hand, he wanted to test the power of the level 8 Fate Ring realm. "You were the one who killed our Yellow Sand Palace cultivators?" Kong Yi glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body with a sharp expression and asked slowly. "That's right." The Martial Dao Prime Body did not stop. "Alright, you're honest too." Kong Yi sneered and sent a voice transmission to the dozens of Earth Immortals around him. Just as he was about to attack, he said, "You sure are bold. Instead of escaping hurriedly after killing cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, you even dare to come knocking. This Essence Spirit Mine belongs to me now." The Martial Dao Prime Body pointed at the Essence Spirit Mine not far behind him and said indifferently, as though he was describing something that was only right. "What are you talking about? How arrogant. You must have a death wish." Many Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace were enraged and attacked before Kong Yi could give the order. Chapter 2152, 2152 Essence Spirit Mine Refinement. 2152 Essence Spirit Mine Refinement. Although the dozens of Earth Immortals had different cultivation realms, they released greater divine powers the moment they attacked. Dermic treasures tore through the air one after another, turning into dense spots of light that descended like a downpour. The Martial Dao Prime Body stood in midair with a deep gaze. He did not move at all, and a series of explosions sounded from his body, as though he had broken free from some chain. With every boom, the aura of the martial Tao prime body would increase. A purple halo would appear behind him. Pang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 6 purple halos appeared behind the martial Tao prime body. 6 fate rings appeared and shone with a mysterious glow. Every single fate ring contained the Tao and dharmic arts of the martial Tao prime body and was extremely shocking. Under the illumination of the 6 fate rings, the martial Tao prime body was like a god. His body shone with a divine light and was filled with purple qi. His might was torrential and could not be blasphemed. Kong Yi and the others were shocked, and they saw that. They had never seen the purple halos behind the martial Tao prime body before. This method and secret skill had already surpassed their imagination. Boom! 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 Instantly, many divine powers and dharmic treasures descended and struck the martial Tao prime body like raging tides. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge or avoid, nor did he move. The 6 fate rings behind him trembled slightly and released purple halos, neutralizing all the attacks. The dozens of Earth Immortals were alarmed. Kong Yi's expression was terrible as well. Even if he was in the same position, he might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. However, the mysterious purple-robed man before him blocked everyone's attacks without moving at all. The difference was too great. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body closed slightly as he sensed the power of the Earth Immortal realm. With just this head-on clash, he had already roughly determined that the peak level 6 fate ring realm could take on a grade 5 Earth Immortal head-on in terms of strength. The peak of the level 7 fate ring realm would be able to suppress all Earth Immortal experts in terms of strength. After the martial Tao prime body did his calculations, he no longer wanted to get entangled with these Earth Immortals. Take my punch as well. The martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and said indifferently. He strode forward and punched forward from more than 100 feet away. That single punch caused the world to change. Even Kong Yi, who was the furthest away and had the highest cultivation realm, felt an unimaginable terrifying aura sweep over after that punch, as though it wanted to drown him. That punch was way too terrifying. Without witnessing that punch personally, one would never be able to understand that feeling. It was as though no living being, divine power, secret skill or divine weapon in this world could defend against that punch. A tragic aura surged over and the dozens of Earth Immortals turned pale. They felt suffocated and their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Escape. I can't defend against it. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the dozens of Earth Immortals. They did not even have the courage to resist. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. Instantly. The void before everyone seemed to be unable to withstand the power of that punch and caved in rapidly. The dozens of Earth Immortals who attacked earlier on suddenly felt a tremendous suction force. They could not control their bodies at all and flew towards the sunken void. Everyone wanted to dodge but could not. Even Kong Yi, a grade 9 Earth Immortal, approached the fist of the martial Tao prime body with a horrified expression. It was as though everyone was charging towards his fist with all their might. Dozens of Earth Immortals fell into the sunken void. Immediately after, the punch of the martial Tao prime body descended. It was an apocalyptic power. Poof! There was a blood mist. Dozens of Earth Immortals died with their essence spirits destroyed without exception. I'll give it my all. Kong Yi roared and slapped his storage bag, summoning all his divine weapons and dharmic treasures to throw towards the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Crack! 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 All the divine weapons and dharmic treasures shattered into dust. Kong Yi's eyes widened and he stood motionlessly in midair. His expression was dark and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The martial Tao Prime Body had an indifferent expression as he retracted his palm and walked towards the Essence Spirit Mine. After he brushed past Kong Yi, the latter's body exploded without a corpse left. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime Body moved and collected the storage bags of Kong Yi and the others, putting away the Essence Spirit Stones, major essence condensation pills and other cultivation resources. As for those divine weapons and dermic treasures, he was not interested at all. Even the dermic treasures of heaven immortals might not be able to hurt his body, let alone the dermic treasures of earth immortals. The martial Tao cultivated the body. Be it the 9 transformations of the martial Tao or the Fate Ring's secret ground, they were both constantly tapping into the potential of his body. The martial Tao Prime Body used his body as a furnace to nurture all sutras, smelt divine powers and open up a secret ground. Even the Green Lotus True Body could not compare to his body. There were also some divine powers and cultivation techniques in those storage bags. The martial Tao Prime Body flipped through them casually and threw them away when he realized that they were not worth cultivating. He had smelted too many divine powers and read many ancient books in the Kunlun ruins of Tianhuang mainland. Later on, he roamed through a billion minor kiliocosms and read countless divine techniques in them. Although he had just ascended, his horizons were terrifying and far surpassed the earth immortals and heaven immortals of the upper world. The cultivation techniques of the lower worlds were mostly simple compared to the upper world. However, many divine powers were passed down into the lower worlds by chance. In Tianhuang mainland, there were the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. Right now, the most important thing for the martial Tao Prime Body was cultivation resources. There were hundreds of thousands of essence spirit stones in the storage bags, far from enough for him to cultivate. The martial Tao Prime Body entered the Essence Spirit Mine directly. There were many ascenders underground who were still mining. Even if they heard the commotion above, they did not dare to go out and check. The martial Tao Prime Body killed the guard beneath casually and said in a deep voice, "The owner of this Essence Spirit Mine has changed. Everyone in the mine can leave now." Although the voice of the martial Tao Prime Body was not loud, it spread to every corner of the Essence Spirit Mine. Initially, many cultivators could not believe it. However, as time passed by, more and more cultivators walked out of the Essence Spirit Mine and escaped from this place. In less than half a day, the Essence Spirit Mine became empty and the ascenders left cleanly, leaving only the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body looked at the surrounding mineral veins and assumed a lotus position, channeling his blood qi. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body became faintly visible and a gigantic furnace appeared on the spot. 4 balls of flames burned around it, as though they had formed 4 fire dragons that coiled around the furnace. In the blink of an eye, the furnace turned red and burned furiously. Under normal circumstances, there were many gravel impurities in the Essence Spirit Mine that had to be excavated bit by bit. However, that was nothing to the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao furnace was incomparably domineering and had a terrifying intent that could even refine a world. Right now, the reason why the martial Tao Prime Body activated the martial Tao furnace was because he wanted to smelt the entire Essence Spirit Mine. All the impurities would naturally be refined by the furnace. As for the heaven and earth essence qi in the Essence Spirit Stone, it would be absorbed by the martial Tao furnace. Chapter 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace, a black-grade faction. In the Fiend domain, there were countless sects and factions like that. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was not human. This was originally a desert where an expert of the Fiend domain died. The blood of this expert from the Fiend domain tainted the desert. Although he died, his blood still possessed a tremendous power. Under the nourishment of the expert's blood, a ball of yellow sand spirit was born in the desert. The Yellow Sand Spirit made use of the blood of this expert from the Fiend domain and the inheritance left behind to cultivate carefully bit by bit. Before long, it entered the Tao and eventually gained accomplishments. It condensed a human body and established Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace had been established for more than 100,000 years. In the Fiend domain, there were not many black-grade sects that were more than 100,000 years old. Many black-grade sects and factions would be annexed by other sects and factions before long. Yellow Sand Palace was located at the borders of the Fiend domain and very few experts noticed it. That was the reason why it existed for so long. Up till this point of his cultivation, as the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace, the Yellow Sand Spirit Ball had already cultivated to the level 5 Heaven Essence realm. There was no living being in the area he ruled that could challenge his authority. Essence Spirit Mines were rare at such borders as well. There were only 3 Essence Spirit Mines in the territory under his jurisdiction. This day, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was in seclusion and suddenly felt uneasy, as though something had happened. Why are there so few Essence Spirit Stones during this period of time? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace appeared as a middle-aged man. He wore a yellow robe and his face was gaunt and yellow. His skin was rough and his eyes were extremely sharp. He asked with a frown as he walked out. Behind him were more than 10 followers who were all Earth Immortals. When his followers heard his question, they had strange expressions that were filled with shock and fear. Some of the followers wanted to speak but stopped. Why? Someone tampered with things in secret and even dared to steal Essence Spirit Stones meant for my cultivation? The expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he asked coldly. A follower said hurriedly, "Palace Lord, you're truly sharp. Indeed, there are less Essence Spirit Stones. However, it's not because anyone dares to steal your Essence Spirit Stones. It's just that, there's a problem with an Essence Spirit Mine." What can happen to an Essence Spirit Mine? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace pondered for a moment before his expression changed as he probed, could an ancient living being have been dug out from the mine? It would be fine if it was a dead living being. If a living being that was alive was dug out, even he would have to choose to escape. Not really. A lackey said, that Essence Spirit Mine was occupied by a mysterious purple-robed man. No one knows his cultivation realm or is his match. An external cultivator? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked with a frown. The follower shook his head. No, I heard that he's an ascender who killed Kong Yi and the others. After occupying the Essence Spirit Mine, he even released all the ascenders in the mine. Ascender? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace felt slightly relieved. How strong could an ascender of the lower worlds be? However, why did this purple-robed man release all the other ascenders in the mine? When did this happen? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked. Almost 10 years. A follower said, "Palace Lord, you were in seclusion so we did not dare to disturb you." A few protectors led cultivators there to retrieve the Essence Spirit Mine. However, the follower paused for a moment and stole a glance at the expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace before saying, "All of them died in the end." Humph. The expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he said slowly, "Ascender? Let's see where this ascender came from. How dare he act so arrogantly in my territory? Pass down the order. Get Protector Shui and Protector Gu to gather all the cultivators above the Earth Immortal realm in the palace. Regardless of whether they're in seclusion, gather and prepare to set off." The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace waved his hand with a murderous aura. However, the dozens of followers stood on the spot motionlessly. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace swept his gaze. A follower said timidly, "Palace Lord, Protector Shui and Protector Gu are both dead. Inform the remaining protectors then." The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace said sternly, there are 7 protectors in Yellow Sand Palace. Are they all dead? 5 of them died and the remaining 2 were scared off. The follower said with difficulty. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace had a livid expression as he took a deep breath and declared, "Cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, listen up. Everyone, gather in front of the hall and follow me. Beneath the Essence Spirit Mine. In more than 10 years, this Essence Spirit Mine was mostly smelted by the Martial Dao Prime Body. His methods were extremely domineering and were equivalent to forcefully absorbing the essence chi of an Essence Spirit Mine to refine his foundation. Upon his departure, this Essence Spirit Mine would essentially be useless. Even if someone continued digging, they would not be able to dig out many Essence Spirit stones. The speed of smelting an Essence Spirit Mine in more than 10 years was rather terrifying. Even in the upper world, there was no cultivation technique that could reach such a cultivation speed and possess such a domineering absorption effect. Part of the reason why was because this Essence Spirit Mine was not large. At the same time, the Martial Dao Prime Body had cultivated 4 Dao Fires. With the augmentation of the 4 Dao Fires, the refinement speed of the Martial Dao Furnace was extremely shocking. Of course, the heaven and earth essence chi required for the Martial Dao Prime Body to break through was extremely shocking as well. This small Essence Spirit Mine alone was not enough. Suddenly, sensing something, the Martial Dao Prime Body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 purple flames were burning in the depths of the dark Essence Spirit Mine. It's finally here. The Martial Dao Prime Body murmured softly and stood up slowly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The figure of the Martial Dao Prime Body broke out of the ground. Due to more than 10 years of smelting, the Essence Spirit Mine beneath his feet was empty and countless gravel shattered, collapsing with dust billowing. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace had just arrived with many cultivators when he saw that. He was enraged. How dare you act so brazenly in the territory of Yellow Sand Palace? Die! Without hesitation, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace pointed at the Martial Dao Prime Body, ordering coldly, "Kill him." This time round, Yellow Sand Palace sent more than 1,000 Earth Immortal experts with a massive might. There were even more than 10 Heaven Immortals. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace did not believe that so many people could not suppress an ascender. The Heaven Immortals attacked at the same time. One after another, supreme divine powers tore through the air. 1,000 Earth Immortals attacked and greater divine powers, dermic treasures and secret skills blanketed the skies densely. The Martial Dao Prime Body stood in midair with a cold silver mask on his face, as though he could be drowned at any moment against such an attack. However, purple halos condensed behind him one after another. 1, 2, 7, 8. 8 fate rings were released. All the divine powers, secret skills and divine weapons descended and were repelled by the 8 fate rings behind the Martial Dao Prime Body. The 8 fate rings condensed the power of the Martial Dao and contained the will of the Martial Dao. They were intertwined with the dermic arts of the Martial Dao and seemed eternal and unshakable. Chapter 2154, 2154 Level 9 Fate Ring Realm. 2154 Level 9 Fate Ring Realm. What is that? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace and more than 10 Heaven Immortals and 1,000 Earth Immortals were shocked with disbelief on their faces. The 8 purple halos stood behind the purple-robed man and were interweaved with countless mysterious and complicated runes, as though they could contain the secrets of the universe. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace had lived for 200,000 years but he had never seen such methods. A supreme divine power? There were many supreme divine powers in the upper world. Although the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace did not cultivate many of them, he had heard of them. However, he had never seen such a divine power phenomenon. The dermic treasures summoned by the 1,000 Earth Immortal experts collided with the 8 purple halos and shattered, turning into scrap metal that scattered on the ground. Even cracks appeared on the dermic treasures of heaven immortal experts. The difference was too great. How can that be an ascender? This must be a top-tier expert from somewhere. The martial Tao prime body looked at the many fiend domain cultivators present. There was no expression on his cold silver mask, and 2 red lotus flowers were vaguely reflected in his deep eyes. The martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, many cultivators present turned incomparably hot as red flames burst forth from their bones, organs, flesh and blood. There was no chance to dodge the flames that were born from within. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Scarlet flames burst forth from the bodies of the 1,000 earth immortal experts. The cultivators roared and flames spewed from their noses and mouths. In the blink of an eye, those earth immortal experts were engulfed by the scarlet flames and turned into gigantic human-shaped fireballs that turned into ashes before long. The ashes of those cultivators were a demonic blood-red color and fell to the ground, forming the shape of lotus flowers. The red lotus karmic fire specialized in burning karma. The heavier the negative karma on their bodies, the fiercer the karmic flames burned. Even supreme divine powers could not defend against the power of the karmic flames. How could the earth immortal experts present withstand it? In a few breaths, they were burned to ashes. The remaining heaven immortals such as the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace were not spared either. These heaven immortals merely relied on their cultivation realms and blood chi to defend for a moment. However, the pain of the karmic flames burning their bodies was unbearable. The karmic flames could not be suppressed with blood chi and divine powers alone. On the contrary, when some heaven immortals released their divine powers, the karmic flames intensified. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was burned to his true form and the yellow sand was scorching red. Every single gravel was crystalline like rubies. In midair, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace merely lasted for a dozen more breaths before the gravel shattered and his life force dissipated, dying on the spot. The cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace that arrived were completely annihilated. This also meant that Yellow Sand Palace was now removed from history. The martial Tao prime body waved his sleeves and collected the storage bags of many cultivators present, gathering essence spirit stones and other items. Although his gains could not compare to the essence spirit mine beneath his feet, they were still considerable. The martial Tao prime body took out a map and swept his gaze across it, heading towards the other 2 essence spirit mines of Yellow Sand Palace. Before long, the martial Tao prime body arrived at the 2nd essence spirit mine. Almost all the experts of Yellow Sand Palace died in the previous battle. The ones guarding this essence spirit mine were only black immortal cultivators. With the death of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace, the remaining cultivators were merely a motley crowd. A casual attack from the martial Tao prime body caused everyone to flee. After entering the essence spirit mine, the martial Tao prime body released the ascenders beneath and cultivated in the depths of the essence spirit mine. He wanted to cultivate to the level 9 Fate Ring realm as soon as possible. According to his deduction, after entering the level 9 Fate Ring realm, he could sweep through the Heaven Essence realm and suppress all Heaven Immortal experts. Even if he encountered a perfected Immortal, he might be able to escape unscathed. Right now, he would most likely be doomed if he encountered a perfected Immortal. On the other hand, the martial Tao prime body was in a hurry to raise his cultivation realm because the path beyond the Fate Ring realm was already gone. He had to cultivate to the peak of the Fate Ring realm as soon as possible before he could see the path ahead and continue to deduce the martial Tao. The cultivation of the martial Tao prime body was completely different from the cultivation dermic formulations of the trichiliocosm. Nobody could guide his cultivation. He would have to rely on himself for every step from now on. 50 years. The martial Tao prime body left the Essence Spirit Mine and headed for the 3rd Essence Spirit Mine in Yellow Sand Palace. Thereafter, he continued cultivating in the depths of the 3rd Essence Spirit Mine. Year 213. The martial Tao prime body left and the third essence spirit mine was already refined into ruins with its essence chi depleted. The martial Tao prime body was still at the level 8 Fate Ring realm. Although there were only 9 levels to the Fate Ring realm, there was an incredible chasm between each level and the difference in strength between each Fate Ring was immense. The number of essence spirit stones required for the martial Tao prime body to break through was unimaginable. The number of essence spirit stones required for thousands of heaven immortals to break through might not cause much of a reaction even if he refined them all. The martial Tao prime body continued advancing in the fiend domain and compared it to the map. Before long, he chose another black-grade faction. 8 Limbs Mountain. The sect master of this black-grade faction was a 9-headed python. The martial Tao prime body did the same and swept through the entire 8 Limbs Mountain, crushing the 9-headed python. He released all the ascenders and occupied the 4 essence spirit mines of 8 Limbs Mountain to continue cultivating. Year 333. The martial Tao prime body refined all 4 essence spirit mines and reappeared, overwhelming another black-grade faction, Evil Moon Temple. Year 471. Purple Star Temple was destroyed. Year 565. Malevolent Fiend Pavilion was destroyed. Year 689. Ecstasy Monastery was destroyed. Year 796. Extreme Frost Sect was destroyed. Year 815. Blood Sea Palace was destroyed. On the 991st year after the martial Tao prime body ascended to the fiend domain, he broke through in the Fate Ring realm and condensed his 9th Fate Ring. At the same time, in the territory of the fiend domain, the appearance of the martial Tao prime body caused a huge stir. In less than 1,000 years, black-grade factions were wiped out one after another. The purple-robed man had a mysterious background and powerful methods. Instead of occupying a territory, he occupied all the essence spirit mines and released the ascenders of the lower worlds. This person would leave after cultivating and would not linger. It was said that the purple-robed man was also someone who had ascended from the lower worlds. Almost all the black-grade sects and factions in the vicinity were in danger. Initially, there were often fights between these black-grade factions. However, because of the appearance of the purple-robed man, the black-grade factions had a tacit understanding and quietened down to recuperate. Every sect and faction had many cultivators to track the purple-robed man and make preparations. At the borders of the fiend domain, things were secretly set into motion and killing intent was hidden. Countless eyes were watching the purple-robed man in secret. Everyone did not know much about the purple-robed man. The only thing they were certain of was that the power he displayed was not at the level of a perfected immortal. Chapter 2155, 2155 Familiar Aura. 2155 Familiar Aura. Scarlet Dark Valley was originally an ordinary black-grade faction at the borders of the fiend domain. However, in the past 10,000 years, it rose rapidly in the vicinity. Some people said that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley once obtained a huge opportunity. He entered an ancient ruin by mistake and obtained an ancient diagram. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds and his combat strength increased exponentially, sweeping through all the heaven immortal experts in this territory. Later on, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley retreated and had not appeared for thousands of years. It was said that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was in seclusion cultivation and was prepared to break through. When he reappeared, he would advance to the perfected one realm and become a perfected fiend. In the upper world, cultivators of the black, earth and heaven essence realms could be referred to as immortals no matter which dermic Tao they cultivated. They were black, earth and heaven immortals. It was said that the founder of this cultivation system was someone from the immortal Tao to begin with. Some people said that the great emperor who ruled over the previous era came from the immortal sections. As time passed by, some worlds began to have their own unique titles, such as black and earth witches of the witch world, the difference was negligible. It was the same for the heavenly world. In the fiend domain and pure land of bliss, the cultivators of the black, earth and heaven essence realms retained their immortal sect traditions. However, once one condensed a Tao fruit and entered the perfected one realm, the way they were addressed would change. A perfected one cultivator of the fiend domain was known as a perfected fiend, and a perfected one cultivator of the pure land of bliss was known as an arhat. If the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley were to condense a Tao fruit and become a perfected fiend, the level of Scarlet Dark Valley would rise as well and become an Earth-grade faction. At that time, all the sects and factions in the vicinity would have to bow down. For thousands of years, although the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was in seclusion and did not appear, his reputation grew. It was because the only son of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chi, had risen at a speed not inferior to the Valley Master or even faster. In the territory of thousands of kilometers around Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chi was already invincible when he was only at the level 8 Heaven Essence realm. It could be said that Heaven Immortal Chi was even stronger than the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley in the past. To everyone, Heaven Immortal Chi was younger than 100,000 years old and had unlimited potential. His future accomplishments would be even greater than the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. This day. Scarlet Dark Valley, Main Hall. Heaven Immortal Chi sat high in the middle with narrowed eyes that shone with a cold glint as he looked at the cultivators beneath him. There were dozens of people in the main hall and they were all Heaven Immortals. Furthermore, the cultivation of these Heaven Immortals was not weak. The weakest were at least grade 7. Almost all the Heaven Immortals in the hall were the protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley. They had noble statuses in the valley and led many Earth Immortals and Black Immortals. On the left and right of Heaven Immortal Chi, there were two people sitting right beside him, both of them were grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Tianze and Pai Feng were the main protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley. Young Master, I've just received news that the purple-robed man has appeared once more. From the looks of it, there's a high chance he'll pass by Scarlet Dark Valley. Young Master, let me bring some men and we'll definitely be able to kill this person. Below, a burly man stood up and shouted. Protector who, you won't be able to defeat that person with your strength. A protector with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks sneered and mocked. Humph, if I can't, can you? Protector who asked loudly with widened eyes. Naturally, I can't either. In my opinion, the few of us might not be a match for that person even if we join forces. That person's background is mysterious. I'm afraid only the young master can suppress him personally. The person said. When he heard that, Heaven Immortal Chi revealed an imperceptible smile, as though he was satisfied. Tianze, Pai Feng, what do you guys think? Heaven Immortal Chi looked at the two protectors on his left and right. Tianze said in a deep voice, Young Master, for the past 1,000 years, this person has appeared every once in a while and has already destroyed close to 10 black-grade factions such as Yellow Sand Palace, 8 Limbs Mountain, Evil Moon Temple, Purple Star Temple and Malevolent Fiend Pavilion. From what I know, those factions also had Heaven Immortal experts presiding over. However, they were all killed by this person. He's definitely hostile. Hostile? Heaven Immortal Chi harumphed coldly and said slowly, such a person is not allowed in my territory. I want him dead. Tianze said, in my opinion, there's no need for us to fight him. Why don't we try and recruit him as our subordinate? Pai Feng nodded slightly. Young Master, I agree with the left protector as well. Heaven Immortal Chi Li's expression turned cold as he asked, why? Do you guys not have confidence in Scarlet Dark Valley or me? Can't I kill this person with my capabilities? I don't dare to say anything about the entire fiend domain, but in this land, I reign supreme against everyone beneath the perfected immortal realm. Your methods are naturally unparalleled, young master. Tianze and Pai Feng said hurriedly. Pausing for a moment, Tianze continued, however, that person is not weak and can be considered as a talent. If you can take him under your wing, it will increase your reputation. Yes, you do have a point. Heaven Immortal Qi Li murmured softly. Pai Feng said deeply, how about this? If that person comes, we'll give him a chance first. If he's tactful, you can take advantage of the situation and take him under his wing, young master. If he's tactless, we'll kill him on the spot. Sure, that's fine. Heaven Immortal Qi Li nodded slightly, very satisfied with that suggestion. 10 days later. The moment the martial Dao Prime Body arrived at Scarlet Dark Valley, a group of cultivators welcomed him. The two people in the lead were the main protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley, Tianze and Pai Feng. The two protectors released their spirit consciousnesses and sized up the martial Dao Prime Body carefully but could not make out anything. Fellow Daoist, our young master invites you in. Tianze cupped his fists and said. Who is your young master? The martial Dao Prime Body wore a cold mask and asked expressionlessly. Heaven Immortal Qi Li. Pai Feng said, our young master has already prepared a banquet and is waiting for you to take your seat, fellow Daoist. The martial Dao Prime Body was not interested in this young master or his banquet. His only goal was cultivation resources. He wanted to cultivate as soon as possible and deduce the martial Dao. Just as the martial Dao Prime Body was about to reject, his expression changed and he narrowed his eyes slightly, looking into the depths of Scarlet Dark Valley. Over there, he sensed a familiar aura that he had not felt for a long time. An extremely intense hatred surged into the skies, hating the heavens and the earth and filled with negative emotions that were berserk. When Tianze saw the martial Dao Prime Body looking into the distance, as though he was moved, he said, that's the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley. The young master has been waiting for a long time. Alright, I'll go take a look. The martial Dao Prime Body clenched his fists instinctively and said indifferently. Tianze and Pai Feng thought that this was merely the martial Dao Prime Body's personality. Although they could hear the coldness in his tone, they did not take it seriously. Furthermore, everything would be under their control once he entered the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley. Chapter 2156, 2156 Battle Slave. 2156 Battle Slave. Our young master heard about your recent achievements and admires you very much. Protector Tianze of Scarlet Dark Valley said, this time round, when he heard that you were about to pass by this place, the young master specially set up a banquet and even invited the sect masters of some sects and factions in the vicinity. When these important figures heard your name, they wanted to take a look as well. Although Tianze's words were flattering the martial Dao Prime Body on the surface, there were two layers of meaning in his words. First, the young master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Qi Li, was extremely prestigious in the nearby territory. Second, when he mentioned the presence of sect masters of some sects and factions, he was secretly exerting pressure on the martial Dao Prime Body. The eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body were deep and he wore a cold silver mask. No one could tell if his expression changed. He did not reply when he heard Tianze's words. At the side, Pai Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, may I know your name, fellow Daoist? Desolate Martial. The martial Dao Prime Body said. Pai Feng rolled his eyes and said in a seemingly casual manner, there are some rumors outside that you ascended from the lower worlds. I don't believe such words. I'm from the lower worlds. The martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently, I ascended less than 1,000 years ago. Tianze and Pai Feng exchanged glances, both could see the doubt in the other's eyes. How could he destroy a group of sects and factions after ascending for 1,000 years? Everyone flew through the air and arrived at the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley before long. The martial Dao Prime Body surveyed his surroundings. The familiar aura earlier on was in the vicinity. However, it had vanished and he could not determine its exact location right away. In front of the hall, a black-haired, scarlet-robed man sat on a high seat. His eyes were long and narrow as he looked down at the martial Tao prime body with a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. If he was not wrong, this should be the young master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Qi Li. 2 rows of cultivators sat beneath Heaven Immortal Qi Li on both sides. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness and could tell that the 2 rows of cultivators were top-tier Heaven Immortal experts. Swoosh! 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 The moment the martial Tao prime body entered the hall, 2 rows of Heaven Immortal experts turned to look. Some of them had cold expressions, some of them were expressionless and some of them did not conceal the hostility on their faces. Fu. Heaven Immortal Qi Li did not stand up and raised his head slightly. This must be the mysterious purple-robed man who has been famous for the past 1,000 years, right? Tianze stood out and said in a deep voice, "Young master, this is him. His name is Desolate Marshal." Desolate Marshal? Heaven Immortal Qi Li smirked. That title is rather ordinary. Instantly, laughter broke out on both sides of the hall. Tianze pointed to the top Heaven Immortal experts in 2 rows and introduced, "This is the Palace Lord of Peerless Palace, this is the Pavilion Master of Immortal Slaying Pavilion, this is the Stronghold Lord of Heaven Azura Stronghold and this is the Sect Master of Wind Fire Sect." Naturally, their titles were resounding, such as Immortal Slaying and Peerless. Tianze introduced the Heaven Immortal experts the entire way but none of them stood up. They merely looked at the martial Tao prime body coldly. The martial Tao prime body did not seem to have heard Tianze's introduction and did not move at all. His eyes were half closed as he searched for the source of that hatred. Piak! Unable to hold it in any longer, the Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion slammed the table and stood up, harumphing coldly. "Desolate Marshal, how arrogant! Why aren't you removing your mask after coming to Scarlet Dark Valley? Let's see your true appearance." "Exactly." The Stronghold Lord of Heaven Azura Stronghold sneered, "How should we know where you came from if you're hiding the entire time, cowardly rat?" The sect masters present were all from black-grade factions in this territory and had long heard of the methods of the martial Tao prime body. If not for the fact that they were in Scarlet Dark Valley, they would not have dared to speak to the martial Tao prime body in such a manner. "Everyone, there's no need to be angry." Heaven Immortal Qi Li pretended to be magnanimous and waved it off. Extraordinary people naturally have a strange way of doing things. Since this fellow Taoist insists on wearing his mask, he can have it on. "Desolate Marshal, aren't you going to thank our young master?" Tianze stood behind the martial Tao prime body and narrowed his eyes. When the martial Tao prime body entered the hall, he did not bow to anyone or even say anything, everyone was already displeased. Although Heaven Immortal Qi Li did not say it explicitly, his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body stomped his feet and asked, "What's beneath this hall?" He could vaguely sense that the source of the hatred should be beneath the hall. "Beneath this is the most outstanding battle slave I've ever reared." At the mention of that, Heaven Immortal Qi Li was a little smug. He looked at the sect masters on the 2 rows in the hall and asked with a smile, "I wonder if any of the people you guys brought this time round can defeat my battle slave." "Fellow Taoist Qi Li, I found a moon-devouring heavenly wolf this time round. Although its bloodline is impure, it's extremely ferocious and can compete against your battle slave." As he said that, the Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion waved his sleeves and threw out a gigantic cage. Within was a gigantic wolf that was 100 feet tall with short silver fur. The gigantic wolf's cultivation was at the level 9 Black Essence realm. It bared its fangs and had a ferocious gaze. The fur on its body shone with a strange silver glow and its eyes vaguely reflected 2 round moons that were incomparably demonic. It was said that this lineage of the wolf race could devour the full moon in the firmaments. Heaven Immortal Qi Li burst into laughter. Good, good, good. The moon-devouring heavenly wolf doesn't look weak. I wonder how many slashes it can take from my battle slave. Come on out. Heaven Immortal Qi Li waved his palm and the ground in the middle of the hall suddenly cracked. A skinny figure wrapped in chains rushed out from the ground with a pitch-black saber in his right hand, filled with torrential hatred. That person's hair was disheveled and he was covered in injuries. Many of the wounds on his body had yet to form scabs and some of his flesh had already rotted. Kill! The moment the figure arrived in the hall, he charged towards Heaven Immortal Qi Li with bloodshot eyes. Humph! However, before he even took a few steps, Heaven Immortal Qi Li sneered and his spirit consciousness moved. Tiny spikes popped out from the chains on the person's body and pierced into his body like thorns. Instantly, blood flowed from that person's body. Even the person's kneecap was pierced by the thorns. As though he could not feel any pain, he did not make a single sound. His body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. However, he still glared at Heaven Immortal Qi Li fiercely, wanting nothing more than to skin the latter alive. Hee. At the side, the Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion chuckled. Fellow Taoist Qi Li, you've captured this battle slave for many years. To think that you've yet to subdue him. Even now, he wants to kill his master. It's fine, I'll torture those who are disobedient bit by bit. Heaven Immortal Qi Li said with a smile, this is the outcome of anyone who dares to disobey me in my territory. As he said that, Heaven Immortal Qi Li turned to look at the Martial Dao Prime Body. His words were meant for the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not seem to have heard anything and merely looked at the battle slave who was covered in injuries not far away with a shuddering killing intent. Chapter 2157, 2157 Can you even withstand my punch? 2157 Can you even withstand my punch? The Martial Dao Prime Body did not conceal his killing intent at all and the entire hall was filled with a murderous aura instantly. The sect masters of the various sects and factions stood up one after another and looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body coldly with wary expressions. This was Scarlet Dark Valley. The top experts of the Heaven Essence realm were all gathered here with Heaven Immortal Qi Li presiding over the situation. Everyone believed that even if the Martial Dao Prime Body had extraordinary methods, he would not be able to cause much trouble. Do you know who he is? The gaze of the Martial Dao Prime Body landed on Heaven Immortal Qi Li as he pointed at the figure trapped by the thorn chains not far away and asked slowly. Due to the cover of the silver mask, the voice of the Martial Dao Prime Body changed. However, the silver mask could not conceal the cold killing intent in that voice. Heaven Immortal Qi Li had a fearless expression as he sneered, him? He's just an ant that ascended from the lower worlds. Right now, he's only my slave and his life and death depends on a single thought of mine. Is that so? The Martial Dao Prime Body said, he came from the same world as me. When they heard that, everyone in the hall had different expressions. The blood vessels in the figure's eyes seemed to have faded and he no longer struggled. However, he could not react for a moment and looked lost. The Palace Lord of Peerless Palace sneered, in that case, the rumors are true. Indeed, you're from the lower worlds. No matter how strong you are, you're destined to be a lowlife. The sect master of Wind Fire sect raised his brow slightly and said mockingly, why? You want to intervene and save this battle slave? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Heaven Immortal Qi Li looked down with a proud expression and said slowly, Desolate Marshal, let me tell you, if you don't submit to me today, don't even think about leaving alive. Desolate Marshal. When he heard that, the figure shuddered and spun around, looking at the Martial Dao Prime Body in disbelief. However, through the silver mask, he could not see the appearance of the martial Tao prime body and could not confirm it right away. "Brother Yen, it's me." The martial Tao prime body nodded at him. The cultivator wrapped in thorns was the Azura of Tianhuang mainland, Yen Beichen. Su Zimo's two true bodies had ascended. After thousands of years, he finally met an old friend from Tianhuang mainland who was in the same generation as him. Ever since the Green Lotus true body ascended, he had encountered countless dangers in the divine firmament immortal domain and every step was treacherous. Relying on many trump cards and encounters, including the protection of seniors of Tianhuang mainland, the Green Lotus true body gradually rose and eventually joined Heaven and Earth Academy, escaping from danger for the time being. The environment of the upper world was way too vile. Even for the Green Lotus true body, the situation was so difficult after his ascension, let alone the others. Although it was extremely rare for the Azura to cultivate to the level 9 Black Essence realm, his physical and mental condition was extremely poor and he was tortured beyond recognition. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body had long scanned the Azura's body. The Azura's essence spirit was severely injured and filled with cracks. The reason why he could still struggle and release his combat strength was because his body was driven by an innate hatred. The hatred was so strong that it even covered the injuries on his essence spirit and suppressed the negative effects of his essence spirit injuries on his body. The Hatred Sutra was indeed a top-tier dharmic formulation. Most cultivation techniques of the lower worlds relied on the environment of the lower world, spirit chi, dharmic powers, or bloodline. Therefore, most cultivation techniques became useless after ascending to the upper world. However, the Hatred Sutra was different. The foundation of cultivating the Hatred Sutra was the hatred in one's heart. Be it in the lower or upper worlds, be it with spirit chi or heaven and earth essence chi, the hatred in one's heart would always exist. With hatred, one could cultivate the Hatred Sutra. That was also the reason why the Azura was able to cultivate to the level 9 Black Essence realm despite the lack of cultivation resources and being imprisoned. Of course, the Hatred Sutra had its drawbacks as well. The intense hatred could suppress the injuries on the Azura's body for the time being. However, as time passed, the injuries in his body accumulated and turned more serious. He would definitely collapse eventually. Yen Beichen panted slightly and every single breath he took emitted a strong blood stench. Although he could not see the appearance of the martial Tao prime body and there was a difference in his voice, he knew in his heart who the purple-robed man before him was. There was only a single person in Tianhuang mainland who would address him as such. "You." Yen Beichen looked at the martial Tao prime body. The initial excitement in his eyes gradually dissipated and he revealed a worried expression. After he ascended, he was imprisoned here. He knew very well how strong, terrifying and powerful the enemies he was facing were. They were completely unstoppable. Su Zimo had only ascended 2,000 years earlier than him. How could he have grown to the point where he was comparable to these experts? "Escape on your own," Yen Beichen said softly. "Without my permission, no one can dream of leaving today." Heaven Immortal Chi Li said coldly and waved his palm. With a bang, the heavy door of the hall closed rapidly. Every single tile in the hall was made from rare metal ores. Once the door to the hall was closed, it was almost equivalent to a prison. Even Heaven Immortals would have difficulty breaking through it with brute force. "That's right." The martial Tao prime body nodded and murmured softly, "Without my permission, no one can dream of leaving today." He seemed to be repeating Heaven Immortal Chi Li's words. However, everyone in the hall suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat and shuddered, as though a calamity was about to descend. Before that thought was finished, the martial Tao prime body suddenly attacked. He strode forward and arrived before Heaven Immortal Chi Li instantly, punching. There were no unnecessary movements, it was just a normal punch. However, that punch contained the will of the martial Tao and interweaved all the Tao and dharmic arts of the martial Tao prime body. It was unshakable and indestructible. Heaven Immortal Qi Li's expression changed starkly. The contempt and arrogance in his eyes vanished instantly. Under the envelopment of that punch, all his past pride, glory and confidence were crushed instantly. He could sense a strong aura of death. Astral swap. Heaven Immortal Qi Li roared and channeled his essence spirit to its limits, releasing a supreme divine power. He did not dare to take the martial Tao prime body head-on and could only circulate astral swap, wanting to shift the power released by that punch elsewhere. The power of divine powers spread. Under the effect of astral swap, a terrifying power was spun to the side by Heaven Immortal Qi Li and descended on the Palace Lord of Peerless Palace. Bang! The Palace Lord of Peerless Palace, a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, had just summoned his dermic treasure when he was turned into a blood mist by the punch before he could react. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot without the chance to use blood rebirth. Heaven Immortal Qi Li seized the opportunity to retreat dozens of feet. Suddenly, his figure paused and trembled slightly with endless fear in his eyes. Right in front of everyone, the body of Heaven Immortal Qi Li exploded as well. Broken limbs flew everywhere and fresh blood splattered on the ground. You overestimate yourself. The martial Tao prime body sneered, can you even withstand my punch? Although astral swap neutralized most of the punch from the martial Tao prime body, the martial Tao will and dermic arts contained in that punch still struck Heaven Immortal Qi Li and ruptured his body. Chapter 2158, 2158 Six Paths of Reincarnation. 2158 Six Paths of Reincarnation. Everyone in the Hall of Scarlet Dark Valley was shocked. In everyone's hearts, Heaven Immortal Qi Li was already the #1 Heaven Immortal of this radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and no one was his match. But now, Heaven Immortal Qi Li could not even withstand a single punch from Desolate Martial. There were dozens of Heaven Immortal experts in the hall. Although everyone could not see through the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, they could sense the aura and power released by his attack. The power of that punch had not reached the level of a perfected immortal and was still at the Heaven Immortal realm. However, that single punch killed 2 grade 9 Heaven Immortals. The Palace Lord of Peerless Palace was implicated for no reason. Before he could attack, his essence spirit was destroyed because of Heaven Immortal Qi Li's astral swap. How could anyone defend against such power? Everyone, let's attack together. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to defend against our combined attacks. Right then, a divine light burst forth from the blood mist of Heaven Immortal Qi Li and escaped to the end of the hall. It was his essence spirit. The essence spirit wore an essence spirit armor. However, the essence spirit armor was filled with cracks and was completely crippled. It was an essence spirit dermic treasure. If not for that dermic treasure, he would have died earlier on. Heaven Immortal Qi Li regenerated his body and roared with a menacing expression. Everyone in the hall was invigorated when they saw Heaven Immortal Qi Li use blood rebirth. Initially, they wanted to retreat. Now, they were eager and murderous. Kill. As the main protectors of Scarlet Hell Valley, Tianze and Pai Feng stood out right away and hollered. Each of them summoned a flying sword and stabbed it towards the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, the two of them joined forces and changed their hand seals. Hell Tao, Hungry Ghost Tao, Beast Tao. Azura Tao, Human Tao, Heavenly Tao. Instantly, the two of them released 3 divine powers each and fused rapidly in midair, gradually forming a gigantic reincarnation cycle. Condense, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Tianze and Pai Feng were telepathic and shouted at the same time. 6 Paths of Reincarnation was a supreme divine power. Furthermore, it was the most ferocious killing method among supreme divine powers and could be ranked in the top 10. In the upper world, there was even a legend that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was originally a peerless divine power. However, throughout history, almost no one could break through the core dermic Tao of that divine power. As time passed by, 6 paths of reincarnation was gradually relegated into a supreme divine power. Even so, that supreme divine power was definitely not something that ordinary heaven immortal experts could comprehend and release. Tianze and Pai Feng were both grade 9 heaven immortals. However, neither of them could release the complete 6 paths of reincarnation alone. Comprehending 6 different obscurities was only one facet of things. More importantly, if the essence spirit was not condensed and strong enough, when 6 paths of reincarnation was released, the essence spirit would be pulled in by the 6 paths and enter reincarnation. A supreme divine power that can possibly kill the caster before anyone else is killed, who would dare release it casually? Therefore, the 2 of them took another path and comprehended 3 of them respectively. When they synthesized with one another, 6 paths of reincarnation could be released. Although it sounded simple, the 2 of them had practiced this move for countless years and had failed countless times. If anything went wrong, it would be difficult for the 6 paths to synthesize and form the cycle of reincarnation. This was their greatest trump card. When 6 paths of reincarnation was released, even heaven immortal Qi Li had to avoid it. The expressions of many heaven immortal experts in the hall changed starkly, and they did not dare to approach at all, afraid that their essence spirits would be sucked in by the 6 paths and enter reincarnation. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body were deep. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the gigantic wheel in midair. "You must have a death wish." When he saw that, heaven immortal Qi Li's eyes lit up. Tianze and Pai Feng were delighted as well. If the body fell into 6 paths of reincarnation, it would definitely be minced by the cycle of reincarnation. The essence spirit would also enter the cycle of reincarnation and die. The only way to defend against 6 paths of reincarnation was to use a supreme divine power of the same level to take it head-on. Otherwise, he had to avoid it. If he wanted to defend against 6 paths of reincarnation with his body or other methods, that would be equivalent to committing suicide. Everyone in the hall could almost see the martial Tao prime body's essence spirit being destroyed the next moment. Phew! After the martial Tao prime body fell into 6 paths of reincarnation, the joy on everyone's faces gradually froze and was replaced by shock, surprise, and fear. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair motionlessly and his black hair danced. 6 paths of reincarnation circled around him and gradually stopped. It could not even injure a single hair of the martial Tao prime body, let alone destroy his body. Not only that, the intrusion of the martial Tao prime body caused 6 paths of reincarnation to show signs of collapse. How dare you embarrass yourself with such methods? The martial Tao prime body sneered. His existence was a variable to begin with. He was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements, he did not belong in the cycle of reincarnation at all. Although the power of 6 paths of reincarnation was strong, it could not hurt him at all. I'll let you guys witness what the true 6 paths of reincarnation is. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up and his body shuddered. His blood qi surged and dispersed the surrounding gigantic wheel. Immediately after, he conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and released 6 divine powers rapidly, gathering in midair to form another gigantic wheel. Pust! The crowd was shocked. He released the complete 6 paths of reincarnation on his own. The difference between him and Tianze and Pai Feng was obvious. Furthermore, although Tianze and Pai Feng could join forces to condense 6 paths of reincarnation, there were more or less flaws in that supreme divine power. However, the martial Tao prime body's 6 paths of reincarnation had no flaws. Although it was still a supreme divine power, the might of this 6 paths of reincarnation was much stronger than the one Tianze and Pai Feng had just released. The martial Tao prime body had once smelted countless divine powers and secret skills in the Kunlun ruins of Tianhuang mainland. It was naturally understandable that he could release 6 paths of reincarnation. However, the martial Tao technique focused on cultivating oneself. Therefore, the martial Tao prime body rarely used those divine powers and secret skills in battle. Boom! Boom! The moment the previous 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed, an even more terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in midair. Although the martial Tao prime body was free from the cycle of reincarnation, the same could not be said for the many cultivators present. The first to be struck were Tian Zhe and Pai Feng. The 2 protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley were engulfed by 6 paths of reincarnation before they could even withstand a single breath. Their bodies were shattered and their essence spirits were destroyed. 8 Heaven Immortal experts in the vicinity hurriedly released their supreme divine powers, wanting to fight. However, those supreme divine powers dissipated the moment they made contact with 6 paths of reincarnation. The 8 Heaven Immortal experts were not spared either and were dragged into reincarnation. Against the suppression of 6 paths of reincarnation, their dermic treasures and weapons shattered into dust. Firmament slash. Moon-striking comet. Finger yellow springs. Boom. 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 The remaining Heaven Immortal experts in the hall released supreme divine powers one after another, creating raging tides like dark clouds that blanketed the city. In midair, divine light shone and sword chi streaked everywhere with a chilling intent. Dermic treasures tore through the air one after another and weaved into a dense net that descended from the skies, enveloping the martial Tao prime body and 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 2159, 2159 Arrival of the Perfected Fiend. 2159 Arrival of the Perfected Fiend. Although 6 paths of reincarnation were strong, it could not defend against the combined attack of many supreme divine powers. In the blink of an eye, the cycle of reincarnation shattered. Many supreme divine powers and dermic treasures descended as well. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified and 9 purple halos burst forth from his back, interweaving with mysterious runes to condense the martial Tao technique. 9 fate rings. It was as though shackles had been broken from the body of the martial Tao prime body and his strength rose continuously. When the dermic treasures and divine powers descended, they were sent flying by the 9 fate rings behind the martial Tao prime body and were destroyed. Roar! Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body opened his mouth and roared. The moment the voice sounded, fluctuations visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and surged in all directions like water ripples. It was as though there was a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, a crane's cry, a horse's neigh, a wolf's howl, an ape's cry, a tiger's roar, a dog's bark. Instantly, as though living beings of the 10,000 races possessed the martial Tao prime body, they howled into the skies at the same time, letting out a deafening roar. This was a sound domain technique created by the martial Tao prime body after smelting many sound domain secret skills. It was called the myriad being sound. Millions of living beings released sound domain secret skills at the same time. The ripple spread and swept past the many Heaven Immortal experts in midair. Everyone swept by the ripples stiffened. Initially, the hall was filled with commotion. In the blink of an eye, it turned silent. Many Heaven Immortal experts froze in midair motionlessly. It was as though time had stopped and space had frozen. The next moment, those figures exploded into blood mists that blossomed in midair like blood-colored fireworks. The Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion, the Sect Master of Wind Fire Sect and everyone else, their bodies and spirit were destroyed by the myriad being sound. Under the protection of the martial Tao prime body, the Azura was not affected at all. However, everyone in the hall suffered immense losses. Cultivators further away were severely injured as well and fell from midair. Heaven Immortal Chi Li had just released blood rebirth to reconstruct his body when his body shattered once more against the sound domain secret skill. A blood mist filled the hall and tragic cries sounded repeatedly. The Heaven Immortal experts who were lucky to survive only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, the door to the hall was tightly shut and it was difficult for them to break through with their severely injured bodies. On the other side, Heaven Immortal Qi Li's body was shattered consecutively and he had expended a lot of blood qi. Although he reconstructed his body quickly, his face was pale and his body was weak, he did not have much combat strength left. Although everyone was cultivators of the fiend domain and had killed countless people since they started cultivating, they were scared out of their wits by the martial Dao prime body. In the eyes of everyone, the person with the silver mask and purple robe was the true fiend. Father. Right then, Heaven Immortal Qi Li crushed a messenger talisman from his storage bag and roared, "If you don't come out of seclusion, your child and Scarlet Dark Valley will be destroyed." The moment he said that, an extremely domineering energy fluctuation came from outside the hall and a tremendous might enveloped down. That pressure had far surpassed the power of a Heaven Immortal. When Heaven Immortal Qi Li and the others sensed that aura, they were invigorated and hope reignited in their eyes. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley has come out of seclusion. From that aura, he should have already condensed a Dao fruit and become a perfected fiend. Ha ha ha, we're fine now. Desolate Marshal, you'll definitely die today with the birth of a perfected fiend. The remaining Heaven Immortal experts were excited and the fear from earlier on vanished. Heaven Immortal Qi Li straightened his body as well and glared at the martial Dao prime body coldly. Gritting his teeth, he said frostily, "Desolate Marshal, my father has already come out of seclusion. I'll tame you into a battle slave and command you for the rest of my life." Perfected fiend. The Azura shuddered. Although his cultivation realm was not high, he knew the difference between the perfected one realm and the Heaven Essence realm. It was an insurmountable chasm. Be it the Black, Earth or Heaven Essence realms, all their methods still circulated Heaven and Earth Essence Qi. After entering the perfected one realm and absorbing Heaven and Earth Essence Qi would be baptized by the Dao fruit and circulate out, forming true essence that was even more condensed. Essence Qi was incorporeal while true essence was corporeal. This was a complete change in quality. Once one condensed true essence, it could transform into many divine weapons and dermic treasure armors. A single stream of true essence power was enough to destroy supreme divine powers. Therefore, experts of the perfected one realm, be it perfected immortals or perfected fiends, rarely released divine powers unless they were extremely powerful supreme or peerless divine powers. Can you do it? The Azura looked at the martial Dao prime body with a worried expression. The power released by the martial Dao prime body had far surpassed his imagination. However, he might not be able to defend against a perfected fiend. Your 9 fate rings might not be a match for the power of a perfected fiend. The voice of Heavenly Wolf sounded in the mind of the martial Dao prime body. In my opinion, it's better to retreat first. Given your movement technique, even if you have to bring someone along, this perfected fiend might not be able to catch up to you and you'll have a chance to escape. All these years, Heavenly Wolf had been imprisoned by the martial Dao prime body and naturally knew a little about the Fate Ring realm. Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf came from the upper world to begin with and was naturally sharp. Who dares to act so brazenly in Scarlet Dark Valley? A howl sounded. Initially, it was far away. However, by the time the final word was said, it had already arrived above the hall. A perfected fiend? The martial Dao prime body looked up with a divine glint in his eyes, eager to give it a shot. The Dao he cultivated was different from the dermic formulations of the trichiliocosm. Therefore, he wanted to test how strong the so-called perfected one realm, true essence and perfected fiend were. The martial Dao prime body was confident. Even if he was defeated in a fight, he could escape unscathed with the Azura. Splash! The dome of the hall shattered and a figure with a violent aura descended rapidly. A terrifying essence spirit secret skill charged towards the martial Dao prime body. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned. He had not expected that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley would activate his Essence Spirit secret skill instead of using True Essence the moment he came out of seclusion. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a foolproof and most lethal method. The power of the Essence Spirit at the Perfected One realm far surpassed the Heaven Essence realm. The power of an Essence Spirit secret skill would increase countless times after it was released through the Tao fruit. Even the number one Heaven Immortal of the entire Fiend domain and Heavenly World might not be able to defend against the Essence Spirit secret skill of a perfected Fiend, let alone a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley released a killing move the moment he attacked, not giving the Martial Tao Prime Body any chance to resist. The Martial Tao Prime Body hesitated. A fight between Essence Spirits was way too dangerous. Although his martial spirit was condensed and might be able to defend against the attack of the Essence Spirit secret skill, it might not be completely unharmed. Once his martial spirit was damaged, all his methods and strength would be greatly reduced. Chapter 2160, 2160 Mask. 2160 Mask. Let me return to my mask. Right then, Heavenly Wolf's voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body had long planted a seal on Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness. If he died, Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness would die as well. He was not worried that Heavenly Wolf would dare to try anything funny under such circumstances. The spirit consciousness of the Martial Tao Prime Body moved and sent Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness into the silver mask. Immediately after, the Martial Tao Prime Body suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation from the silver mask on his face with a cold intent. The silver mask seemed to have transformed into a lake, and a menacing ghost face shrouded in black chi was vaguely reflected on it in a terrifying manner. All the cultivators in the hall who saw that face were scared out of their wits. The ghost face seemed to possess a powerful demonic power that could stir the fear in the depths of everyone's hearts and make them shudder. Even the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, who had already condensed his Tao fruit and became a perfected fiend, felt his heart skip a beat. When he saw that face, his mind was in chaos, as though countless mental demons were growing wildly and dancing. The Tao fruit that he had just condensed trembled slightly and showed signs of collapse. At the same time, his Essence Spirit secret skill descended. The Martial Tao Prime Body had just channeled the Martial Spirit Fire and was about to take it head-on when the Essence Spirit secret skill of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley struck the silver mask first. A perfected Fiend Essence Spirit secret skill was so powerful that it could kill any Heaven Immortal expert. However, when the Essence Spirit secret skill struck the silver mask, it created ripples on it like a rock entering the ocean before vanishing. The Martial Tao Prime Body did not sense any impact on his Essence Spirit. Of course, the terrifying face on the silver mask vanished as well. The Martial Tao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly. This silver mask came from the upper world and fell together with the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was naturally a treasure to be able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, he had not expected the silver mask to be so powerful that it could defend against the Essence Spirit attack of a perfected Fiend expert. Although Heavenly Wolf had no choice but to submit under his suppression, it clearly had many secrets. If he had the chance, he would make Heavenly Wolf spit out all those secrets. Everything else aside, the cultivation techniques and secret skills in Heavenly Wolf's memories were extremely useful to the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body put that thought aside for the time being in the face of a great enemy. In midair, when the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley saw that the ghost face on the silver mask seemed to have vanished, he shrugged his head and took a deep breath to compose himself. Although he had entered the Perfected One realm and condensed a Tao fruit, his cultivation realm had not stabilized completely because of the cry for help of Heaven Immortal Chi Li. If he took a few more glances at the ghost face, there was a high chance that the Tao fruit in his consciousness would collapse on the spot. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley realized that the silver mask was definitely an utmost treasure. Notwithstanding the fact that the mask could defend against his Essence Spirit's secret skill, the ghost face that appeared earlier on must have a powerful background. Kill. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's killing intent surged and his blood chi surged. Circulating to its limits, his entire body was like a gigantic black hole that absorbed heaven and earth essence chi wildly. The perfected fiend circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed essence chi with a terrifying might as though he was devouring a whale. A tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi entered his body through the top of his head and surged into the Tao fruit. Through the baptism and refinement of the Tao fruit, it was transformed into true essence and released, flowing through his limbs and 8 meridians. The entire process was completed in an instant. The next moment, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley moved. Between his hands, pitch-black true essence surged like ink and rapidly formed a gigantic saber that slashed towards the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body had a fearless expression and his eyes lit up. His blood chi rumbled and the purple glow of the 9 fate rings behind him intensified as he strode forward and punched. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. To think that he would fight against true essence with his body. Ha ha ha, this ignorant desolate martial is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the eyes of Heaven Immortal Chi Li and the others, although the aura of the martial Tao Prime body was not disadvantaged, his actions were like striking a stone with an egg. Boom! The fist and saber collided with a deafening bang. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in shock. Immediately after, a purple and black halo of power burst forth from the collision point of the fist and saber and spread in all directions like a tsunami. Against the impact of such a terrifying power, the entire hall could not withstand it at all and shattered, causing countless boulders to roll down and dust to fly. In just a single exchange, the Hall of Scarlet Dark Valley was reduced to ruins. Heaven Immortal Chi Li and the others shook off the dust on their bodies and looked over hurriedly. In midair, the martial Tao Prime body and the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley were still in the posture of their fists and sabers colliding motionlessly, as though they were frozen in midair. There was still a domineering power surging around the two of them, forming an invisible barrier. Dust and gravel could not enter at all. Both of them were spotlessly clean. Pust. Heaven Immortal Chi Li and the others grit their teeth and gasped. This desolate martial that appeared out of nowhere could defend against the power of a perfected fiend. You can't defend against it. Right then, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley roared. In his consciousness, the Tao Fruit Fiend Chi coiled and a halo shone behind his head. His aura surged and the fiend's saber condensed from the true essence in his hands intensified. The martial Tao Prime body shuddered and cracks appeared on the 9 fate rings behind him, they were on the brink of collapse. Thud. 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 The martial Tao Prime body retreated continuously. Each time he retreated, a lotus flower would appear beneath his feet. The supreme divine power, lotus with every step. As the martial Tao Prime body retreated, he made use of lotus with every step to transform the power that surged into his body into lotus flowers beneath his feet. When released, he was completely unharmed. The power of the 9 fate rings was still slightly inferior compared to the true essence of a perfected fiend. In reality, the ordinary level 9 fate ring realm could only fight against grade 9 heaven immortals. However, the martial Tao Prime body was the ancestor of the martial Tao and was a variable to begin with. Using his body as a furnace, he refined countless divine powers, secret skills and ancient sutras. Coupled with the martial spirit fire, dragon phoenix flame, tribulation fire and red lotus karmic fire that were tempered day and night, this body was even more terrifying than the green lotus true body. That was the reason why the martial Tao Prime body could defend against the attack of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley and retreat unscathed. To think that you would be able to defend against my slash and not die. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley glared at the martial Tao Prime Body and said slowly with a cold tone, "Let's see how many more slashes you can withstand." Before his sentence was finished, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley channeled his true essence once more. The pitch-black true essence circled around the fiend saber, causing its power to intensify, and it charged towards the martial Tao Prime Body with a torrential ferocity. Chapter 2161, 2161 Peerless Divine Power. 2161 Peerless Divine Power. Against the attack of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body intensified. Instead of retreating, he advanced and his blood chi surged, channeling to its limits instantly. Immediately after, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body vanished. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley could not help but be stunned when his attack came to nothing. He released his spirit consciousness right away and surveyed his surroundings warily. What sort of methods were those? Illusion technique? Invisibility? Teleportation? The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley could not make a judgment right away. If it was teleportation, the martial Tao Prime Body should have reappeared. However, he could not see any traces of the martial Tao Prime Body at all. The strange thing was that he could sense that the martial Tao Prime Body was still here. It was as though the martial Tao Prime Body came from all directions and was ubiquitous and omnipresent. He could not identify the latter's exact location. "Come out if you have the guts. Don't hide." The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley hollered with a sharp gaze. He gripped the fiend saber condensed from true essence with both hands and did not dare to relax. "Since you've slashed me, test out my bloodline phenomenon as well." The voice of the martial Tao Prime Body sounded erratically, as though it came from every corner and was beside the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. He was not the only one. The remaining people in the hall, including Heaven Immortal Chi Li and the others, were bewildered as well. They widened their eyes and looked around, wanting to find the source of the sound. "It's so hot." Right then, a Heaven Immortal expert felt his body heat up and the surrounding temperature seemed to be rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already unbearable for him. That person was already drenched in sweat. The other Heaven Immortal experts were flushed red and sweating as well. One of them could not withstand it and sped outside. However, he did not walk far before he collided against a gigantic, tough and scorching iron board and fell from midair. "Ah!" The person let out a tragic cry. His body was burned to a pulp and green smoke billowed. That tragic cry attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, everyone's expressions changed. Around them, a red curved iron wall that connected heaven and earth appeared faintly. It was like a gigantic furnace that accommodated everyone in Scarlet Dark Valley. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao Prime Body, Heaven and Earth Furnace. Cultivating the martial Tao was mainly to cultivate one's body and bloodline. One had to constantly tap into their potential and release that power. In other words, this bloodline phenomenon was the strongest technique of the martial Tao Prime Body and his strength was at its peak. Before he ascended, the martial Tao Prime Body gradually perfected this bloodline phenomenon. Using his body as the foundation, he viewed his body as the universe and replaced heaven and earth with the furnace of his body. Creation was the process, yin and yang were the charcoal and all living beings were bronze. Coupled with the martial spirit fire, tribulation fire, dragon phoenix flame and the red lotus karmic fire, the heaven and earth furnace was produced. The bloodline phenomenon was augmented by 4 flames and was extremely powerful. This was only one facet of it. The Dharmic Tao contained within was mysterious and profound. Its boldness was unprecedented. Apart from the Azura who was safe and sound under the protection of the martial Tao Prime Body, the other Heaven Immortal experts present could not defend against it. Flames burst forth from their bodies and within a few breaths, their essence spirits and bodies were burned to ashes. Heaven Immortal Qi Li died as well. I'm a perfected fiend. You think you can kill me with a mere bloodline phenomenon? The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley hollered with a menacing expression. He absorbed heaven and earth essence Qi wildly and transformed it into pitch-black true essence that surrounded his body like ink, blocking the ubiquitous and omnipresent flames in the furnace. But soon, his gaze changed and his face turned pale. To the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's horror, the true essence circulating in his body had already begun to evaporate under the heat of the heaven and earth furnace. Pust! The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was shocked. Even true essence could not defend against that power? How was that possible? Unless peerless divine power. The fear in the eyes of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley turned into shock as he shrieked. Apart from him, Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded from the silver mask at almost the same time and said the same words. Back in Tianhuang mainland, when the martial Tao prime body attacked God's mainland, he released the heaven and earth furnace once. However, because they were in the lower worlds at that time, its full power was far from released. This bloodline phenomenon was not perfected either. But now that the martial Tao prime body channeled it with all his might without holding back, the terrifying might released shocked Heavenly Wolf. The heaven and earth furnace was a bloodline phenomenon. However, in Heavenly Wolf's judgment, this bloodline phenomenon was already comparable to a peerless divine power. Although Heavenly Wolf submitted to the martial Tao prime body, in the depths of his heart, it held some contempt towards its master. It had two masters and would naturally compare them. Although the martial Tao prime body was strong, he was still way too inferior compared to its previous master. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body established the martial Tao. It was almost impossible for him to open up this unprecedented path. Nobody could give him any guidance or help. For other living cultivators, the path ahead was clear. As for the martial Tao prime body, his future was bleak and every step was treacherous. A wrong step could lead to death in a bottomless abyss. However, Heavenly Wolf had not expected that the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body could release such power that was comparable to a peerless divine power. More importantly, this was the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body himself. It was not imparted by anyone and was completely derived from his own cultivation. Throughout history, there had only been slightly more than 10 peerless divine powers recorded in words and they were extremely rare. Anyone who comprehended any of them could be invincible among their peers. Although supreme divine powers were strong, they no longer posed much of a threat to perfected immortals and perfected fiends. However, the power of a peerless divine power was enough to kill perfected immortals and perfected fiends. The power of a supreme divine power released by a heaven immortal was definitely not a threat to the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. As for the heaven and earth furnace, it was already melting his true essence, only the power of a peerless divine power could reach that level. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley widened his eyes and shouted in all directions, "You're only at the heaven immortal realm. How can you comprehend a peerless divine power?" This was completely beyond his understanding. Not many perfected immortals and perfected fiends throughout history could comprehend peerless divine powers, let alone heaven immortals. A peerless divine power was a killing tool against the perfected one realm. Ah! 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 The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley roared hysterically as though he had gone mad, but there was no response. There were only raging flames around him. The temperature of the heaven and earth furnace was still rising. The pitch-black true essence around him evaporated continuously. When it dried up, his flesh could not defend against the power of the heaven and earth furnace either. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley had just entered the perfected one realm and his cultivation realm had yet to stabilize completely. Earlier on, the Tao fruit showed signs of collapsing after a single glance from the ghost mask. Now, under the refinement of the heaven and earth furnace, his Tao fruit finally could not hold on any longer and cracks appeared, it was on the brink of collapse. Heaven and earth will be the furnace and creation will be the process. Yin and yang will be charcoal and all living beings will be bronze. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded slowly from the heaven and earth furnace. Against that voice, the valley master of Scarlet Dark Valley's Tao heart collapsed and he could no longer hold on. His body burned with raging flames and in the blink of an eye, it was blazing. Before long, the valley master of Scarlet Dark Valley was reduced to ashes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.